Order, please. The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today on a point of order. It was only upon review this morning, actually, I went back and reviewed the tape of yesterday's question period that I discovered, I was told after the fact, but I wanted to confirm myself. During question period yesterday, in debate between the Minister of Finance and the member for Bayvert Green Bay, and I quote from answered, the Minister, after a question from my colleague, she responded by saying, "Speaker, I know his mother would be ashamed of him." How ridiculous his comment, whatever it was. When I heard it repeated to me, I went home last night, and this I was I'm totally being sincere as I can. I went home last night and started thinking, just imagine if that lady is not alive, not with us now. I did not know. Upon further investigation, the member's mom is deceased. I personally felt it was distasteful, uncalled for. It was intended to be hurtful. But the problem with it is, this lady's no longer with us, which makes it that much more distasteful. Having your facts together, just to make that comment in general, anyone's mother, anybody's mother, is crossing the line into personality. It's very personal. We can debate her all day long, but you need to keep clear of the personal attacks. And if you do so, you should apologize for personal attacks. In my opinion, that attack, that comment, there was other comments made as well, that comment directed at the member was meant to be hurtful. It was not a thought-out comment. It was not thought out. It was distasteful. It was not what we should be coming of this House. It's not what you should expect from your Deputy Premier of this province. And I think the Deputy Premier should stand in her place and apologise for that comment that was made to my colleague, the member from Bayvert Springdale, yesterday during question period. Thank you very much.
The Honourable, the Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Often in the intensity of debate, emotions do come out. I was quite concerned yesterday because I felt that there was a member of our civil service under attack. I will say to the member opposite, it was never my intent to personally hurt anyone. That's not in my personality, so I do withdraw the comment, but I agree with the member opposite. We should keep personalities, and we should keep it to a higher level in this House. Thank you.
Okay, orders of the day. We're going to move into the budget debate of the amendment. The Honourable, the Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you for the time again this morning as part of this budget debate to continue to talk about some of the things that are in this budget. I note yesterday when we left off, yesterday afternoon when we left off, we were talking about a non-confidence amendment that the members opposite have put forward, the members of the Progressive Conservative have brought forward. So I'm going to continue on with the discussions that we were having at the time as part of the sub-amendment. It's called an amendment to the budget speech, an amendment to the budget speech on this non-confidence amendment. So I will say, Speaker, we spent a fair amount of time yesterday speaking about colours, and the member opposite from Conception Bay South was talking about red versus blue, and he said red or back. So I took out my red jacket this morning and made sure that I followed through, and here we are, red is back. So I will say to the member for Conception Bay South that the non-confidence amendment does talk about, that it says that the budget and literally the Liberal government, it basically says that the House faults the Liberal government for failure to lower the cost of living in this province for seniors and families. Now, Speaker, I think that's where I left off yesterday. I was talking about all the things that we have done to support families in this province, to support seniors in this province. I will say, and I will remind members of this House, that we have provided $750 million back in the pockets of the people of this province. $750 million. And we're continuing to add to the money, putting money back in people's pockets. I'll use an example, Speaker, as I get a drink. Sorry, my mouth is dry. I will remind the members of the House that we have increased the seniors' benefit, that 50,000 seniors in our province, 50,000 seniors. It's a stipend that we provide during the year to assist with cost of living, to assist with affordability. And we've increased that over the last number of years by 15%. It's a big increase, Speaker. Certainly outpacing what we think is inflation over the last couple of years. I will say that we would always like to do more. In this budget, we are doing more. We've actually, for the first time, indexed both the amount that is received as well as the threshold by which you qualify for that to inflation, to the cost of living. Very important, very called for. I can tell you that the Seniors Advocate has been calling for that. So it's very important, we think it is, that we support our seniors in this province. It is unfortunate that we understand the Progressive Conservatives will not be supporting the budget and will therefore not be supporting that initiative. I can tell you that we also put in place last year a $10 million well-being plan for seniors to help with things like snow clearing, to help with things like mowing their grass. So seniors can now access a pot of funding to help them with those kinds of things so that they can remain in their houses longer. We also provided, and I know that it's very important to the people of Labrador, a stipend for those that live on the coast of Labrador, that we provide them with a stipend to assist with the additional costs of living in these remote communities. And that is something that I know we were able to get out the door right around the time of, I think it was just before or around Christmas time. Memory, I can't remember when it went out, but sometime in that time frame. And it's very important for the people that live in that region that do have extra expenses. So providing those kinds of things to the people of Labrador was very important. And I know that the members opposite, again, didn't vote for those types of things because they didn't vote for the budget. And they're failing to vote for the budget again this year, so therefore they're not supporting the initiatives that I'm speaking of. I will also say that we talked a little bit yesterday about the failure, again, quoting from the non-confidence amendment that the member for Conception Bay South brought to the floor of the House of Assembly, said that this House faults the Liberal government for failure to stimulate a robust, diversified economy. And I reminded members opposite that we have the highest nominal gross domestic product in the province's history. The highest gross domestic product in the province's history. I will also say that we have the highest employment rate in the province's history, the highest retail sales in the province's history. Now, Speaker, allow me to say some of the things that are included in this budget that will support industry, which I can tell you is very, very well received and well recognized by the business community. We've had accolades on this budget from the business community, from the Restaurant Association, from the Atlantic Chamber of Commerce, from the St. John's Board of Trade. I can keep going, Speaker, from the oil and gas industry, the Energy NL, for example. They're very supportive of the initiatives that we're taking to continue to build and to continue to ensure that we have that robust and diversified economy. Now, Speaker, in this particular budget, the budget that we're debating today, we have over $35 million to support business and economic development. We have provided $16.5 million to ensure that we work with our community and industry partners on connectivity. How important that is to everybody in this House. Very, very important. We're on track to achieve the objective set by the Universal Broadband Fund to have over 400 communities receive high-speed internet access by the end of 2027. Now, Speaker, that's imminent. I can tell you the way time is passing so quickly, that'll be here upon us tomorrow, and we'll be here in this House debating more. I'll also say, in recognition of our restaurants and our, and the contributions they make to our communities, all of us, in almost every community in this province has a local restaurant. And I could say that they're very, very important. We are making available up to $10 million for a restaurant loan guarantee program to assist locally owned restaurants. How important is that? I can tell you the restaurant industry is very pleased to see that in this year's budget, thankful to see that in this year's budget. This also supports restaurants during a very particular period of time that, sometimes leading into the summer and leading into the tourist season is a little bit of a downtime for the restaurant industry, so making sure that they are supported. They also asked us, I think it was during COVID, we last did something on the wholesale discount for bars, restaurants, and lounges. So we've doubled it from 5% to 10%. It's costing about $1 million. But again, that very fragile, important industry is getting some supports, getting some additional funding. So if you're looking for a robust, diversified economy, those are the types of things that you do to make sure that you're able to grow your industry. Now, all of this, of course, we're talking about tourism today because, tourists do help to drive the restaurant industry, and having a good restaurant scene in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador certainly is important. Is having restaurants to support to support tourists very, very important. We also increased the tourism budget. Imagine, we've increased the tourism budget. We want to attract more people. What an opportunity now in a period of global disruption, making sure that we bring more people to Newfoundland and Labrador, to introduce them to, I'm going to say, the tranquility and peace that Newfoundland and Labrador enjoys. The tranquility and peace, let alone our culture and our incredible vistas and the restaurants that we have and the entertainment that we have. But the peace and prosperity, I think, is so important. So we've increased the tourism budget. We increased the money that we put towards air access. Again, we have, for the first time, we have flights 7 days a week going to Europe. So I'd like to congratulate the Minister of Tourism, Culture, Arts and Recreation for being able to attract 3 different flights, one going to Ireland, one going to the United Kingdom, and one going to France. How wonderful is it going to be for us as travelers? Going overseas, we're looking at other, expanded opportunities of other places to go visit, but also for the people of Ireland and the United Kingdom and France and anywhere in the surrounding communities and surrounding countries to come visit us here in Newfoundland and Labrador. Again, growing a strong, robust economy. And when you're talking about that, I'll also say we want to continue to encourage oil and gas development. So this year, in this year's budget, we put forward a very important program to ensure we have a continued robust oil and gas industry. We want to continue to grow our opportunities offshore Newfoundland and Labrador. We have 650 leads and prospects. 650 leads and prospects offshore that could be developed. We just need the exploration. So we've put in place a program worth $90 million, $30 million for the next 3 years. Now that sounds like a lot of money, Speaker, I know that does, but I will say to you that to develop an oil well, to do exploration now, I don't know if my colleague is here, but it's roughly $200 million, so that industry is spending a tremendous amount. But by us, by the people of the province supporting them, they're likely to choose to come here versus some other place. to do their oil and gas development. So again, if you were truly sincere that you wanted to stimulate a robust, diversified economy, and I'm reading now from the non-confidence amendment, you would vote in favor of this budget. But that's not what the Progressive Conservatives on the opposite side of the House are choosing to do. Allow me to also say there's a tremendous amount of things that we've done, that we as the Fury government has done, as the Liberal government has done over the last number of years to support business, the business community. We've also put in another $1 million for phase 2 of the natural gas resource assessment. Now, we have natural gas offshore. We all talk about LNG in this House of Assembly across this country, making sure we develop it to lower our carbon impact, to supply the world with energy. Supporting the continued development of that opportunity, and putting the $1 million in phase 2 of the natural gas resource assessment. It builds our inventory of proven and prospective gas resources. So think of it this way. This is an investment in the future diversification and prosperity of our economy. It's in this year's budget that the Progressive Conservatives have decided to vote against. Now, I will say, Speaker, I'm a little confused by the fact that they're saying that they want to, and again I'm quoting from their non-confidence amendment, they want to stimulate a robust, diversified economy, and yet they're not supporting these initiatives. Speaker, I'll also say that we have critical minerals. Now, if you're listening to the news around the world today, you're hearing a lot about critical minerals. You're hearing a lot about them in the Ukraine. You're hearing a lot about them in Canada. You're hearing a lot about them from Greenland, because the United States does recognize how important critical minerals are, especially when you look at some of the green technology and the green industry. $2.6 million. Increasing to $4.3 million next year to support the implementation of the critical minerals strategy. Incredibly important as we move forward towards diversifying and increasing our mining activity in Newfoundland and Labrador. Again, not being supported. So it's a little perplexing that we have a non-confidence amendment before us that talks about, I've already spoken at length about how much we're doing to retain nurses, doctors, and other healthcare professionals. I've already spoken about how we're helping to ensure primary health care for all by making sure, for example, we already have 23 family care teams with 75,000 people attached to them, and we're expanding that. We're growing that. We're encouraging that. That also helps with recruitment and retention, but that's not being supported. We are how we lowered the cost of living in this province for seniors and families. Just think about for families alone, the child care investments. It's well over $100 million that's being spent on our child care. So how important it is that we continue to do that. That we continue to expand and grow and invest in the child care industry. I know the Minister of Education has been seized with this, understanding and knowing how important it is. I would also say, I've talked about how we decrease crime in our communities, and the fact that we're putting in more support, adding new police officers, spending more money, ensuring that we have joint task forces between the RCMP and the RNC to make sure that we address the growing level of crime in our communities. And this is a global problem. This is very much a global problem, but we're addressing it. So, Speaker, I'll also say that they wanted to stimulate a robust and diversified economy. I think I've spoken a little bit about what we've been doing here. That's on top of, for example, what we've been able to do with lowering the small business tax rate, raising the ceiling and ensuring that less businesses have to pay the health and post-secondary education tax. We've introduced a 10% manufacturing and processing investment tax credit. We've introduced a green technology tax credit. We've introduced an all-spend film and video production tax credit. No wonder the business community is supportive of this government, Speaker, I say to you, because they are recognizing that we are building and growing a robust and diversified economy. So, Speaker, when I note the non-confidence amendment, when I go through it word for word, when I speak to all the issues that it contains, I have laid out, I think, a very factual, very cogent argument as to why the support should be there for this budget, why the support should be there for a diversified economy, for giving supports to lower the cost of living, to support and the recruitment and retention of doctors, to support the primary health care for all residents. So I say to the members opposite, I think that the resolution really does fault the opposition for really not supporting the budget that provides the monies needed to achieve all of that they're asking us to do. On that note, Speaker, I take my seat. I know I still have time remaining, but I'm anxious to get back to hearing and listening other people's debating the budget. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Harbour, Maine.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a real honor to have the opportunity to get again today to speak on this important non-confidence amendment that has been proposed by the opposition, the official opposition in the House of Assembly. Speaker, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything, unlike the Minister of Finance, who seems to have sugarcoated the whole entire 2025 budget. What I find very interesting, Speaker, is the fact that there are many things omitted when we hear the Minister of Finance talk about Budget 2025. There seems to be omission and lack of attention to the problems that the people in this province are facing right now. I referenced yesterday in my budget speech the difficult times that our constituents and the people are experiencing in trying to access health care. Yesterday, I spent considerable time talking about the experiences of some of my constituents and others outside my district who are experiencing difficulties with accessing health care. As well, I spoke about the cost of living, Speaker, and it seems to me that the Liberals here have forgotten about the problems and the struggles that the people of Newfoundland and Labrador are experiencing, the difficult times that people are having in struggling to make ends meet in our province, and how they feel taxed to death and are leaving our province, Speaker. But that seems to have been ignored when we hear the commentary from the Minister of Finance about Budget 2025. So now I have the honour as well to speak about some more important issues as well, very important issues, not more important than health care, not more important than cost of living, because these are all very important issues that real people are facing today in our province. But when the Minister of Finance says that condemns us because we're not supporting and we have this non-confidence amendment, well, surely we cannot accept a budget that is flawed and failed. I mean, we would not be able to, in good conscience, support that. And we fault, in our amendment, we fault the Liberal government. Oh, I'm going to get to the road work. Don't worry, Minister. I'm going to get to that. I got lots of time. Looking forward to it too, Minister. The Liberal government has failed in so many ways.
Order, please.
They have failed, Speaker. And the people we hear from tell us about this failure every single day. They talk about the fact that there's no support and recruitment and retention of nurses and doctors and other healthcare professionals. We have heard from our constituents. You don't want to hear this, but you're going to hear it because these are the people you represent as well. Not just us. You govern. You're supposed to govern. You govern the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. You have the right to govern them, so you have to listen to the concerns that we are bringing forward. These are legitimate concerns. You cannot dismiss these issues that are being fun. You're laughing, sir. You're laughing, Minister. This is not funny. The people of Newfoundland and Labrador have serious concerns, and we have the right to speak about them. So do not try to dismiss. Do not try to dismiss or gaslight here, please. Now, I have spoken about health care and real people who are hurting. I've spoken about the cost of living. Real people are hurting. Our members over here who represent many districts throughout the province have talked about the experiences of people in our province. And this is happening real time, Speaker, real time. So now I get the opportunity. I'd like to speak about another area that's very important, and that's with respect to justice. I am the shadow minister, the critic responsible for this important portfolio. And yesterday, when I talked about health care and the cost of living, I asked the question, and this is what our constituents, all of our constituents have to ask after 10 years of Liberal government, has your health care improved, access to health care? Has it gotten any better? The cost of living, is it easier for you to make ends meet? And now I bring that same question to the issue of justice. We do know that justice, the Budget 2025, has ignored the RCMP and their requests for additional police officers. And I point to the National Police Federation who provided recommendations, submitted recommendations to the minister for 20 more RCMP police officers in the province. But we do not see, we know that there have been some police officers, but these are old announcements, Speaker. There's nothing new forthcoming to assure the people who are fearful in their communities that crime is being adequately addressed. And I find it very interesting when the Minister of Finance spoke, if I heard correctly, but I can't believe I actually heard her say that there's a decrease in crime. If that is the case, please, well, my colleague and I thought that's what you said. So if that is the case, we'd like to know where that decrease is, because and what Budget 2025 has done to do that. But I don't. So I'm glad to hear that you didn't say that, because that would be very surprising. But we know that is not the case, Speaker. In fact, crime has increased. The severity of crime has increased. The complexity of crimes has increased. There's a higher level of complex crimes. We see repeatedly illicit, dangerous drugs that are increasing in all of our towns and communities. And this is fact. This is not an attempt to, to exaggerate. I am reporting, I am communicating what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing. We know that 34% in rural RCMP officer areas that crime has increased in rural Newfoundland and Labrador. So we are very concerned about that. We hear about violent attacks in our communities. We've heard of the violence and attacks in schools. This is all documented. This is all recorded. This is happening today, and it has been happening. We've heard about the shelters in place. I mean, these are serious issues which we need to acknowledge. And we do know that the police services in RCMP and RNC, they're stretched thin, Speaker. They're stretched thin. The calls for service, when we look at the RCMP and the RNC, the calls for service that they get are increasing all the time. And that is a problem because it means that they cannot focus on core policing. They're not able to do the proactive crime prevention that's necessary. But yet, I argue that this is why we have difficulty in supporting a budget that neglects and really essentially ignores the concerns of our police forces and of the people that they represent. We need additional funding. Police require proper resourcing, Speaker. They require proper resourcing to make our communities safer. And they have failed to do that, Speaker. Speaker, there's a huge gap in rural areas. We know that police presence is not where it needs to be so that people feel safer. And a lot of this is about perception. When people don't feel safe, then this is a very serious problem. And I would submit and argue that that's what's happening today. Speaker, the budget, this budget that has been sugar-coated by the Minister of Finance does not address the needs for mobile mental health crisis responses. We need to see more of that. That will support the RCMP and the police, the RNC. We know that we have been promised last year, for example, out in the Conception Bay North area, which impacts the District of Harbour, Maine. We were promised a mobile health crisis unit, and the former Minister of Health at the time of the budget last year actually promised that directly and spoke to me personally, too, to assure that that would be happening. Well, guess what? A year later, did it happen? Never happened, Speaker. Never happened. Another promise broken. Another promise broken. But yet we know how important it is to have these mobile mental health crisis units because we have mental health professionals that then respond at the scene of these calls, the mental health calls. This is important. We see that the police are often tied up with taking mental health cases to St. John's, and they're tied up and their limited resources are not then available to deal with the proactive policing that is necessary, for the surveillance so that we can get at crime, so that we can actually prevent crime. That is what's happening now. The police are urging us and government for more support, and yet that has not happened in this budget. So, Speaker, this is another valid reason why we cannot support a budget that's failed and flawed like this. We cannot. It doesn't address the health care issues that are out there. It doesn't address the problems that people are experiencing, accessing health care, for example. We cannot support a budget that does nothing in terms of cost of living to really put money back in people's pockets. And the sugar tax is a perfect example. Why doesn't the minister scrap that tax and put money back in people's pocket immediately? Speaker, as well, I look at the final point I want to make in the area of justice is that it's a revolving door. It's a revolving door. When we look at the HMP, it's a revolving door. When we look at the catch and release, because that's what it is, what we see, the plan by the Justice and Public Service is not effective, Speaker. It's unsuccessful. It doesn't hold people accountable for their crimes. It's not working. The entire system has so many issues with it that are not being addressed by this government. We see the same people day after day, repeat offenders, recidivists, going round and round the revolving door, and basically putting our society and public at risk. Speaker, there are many options that we could propose. We need to advance and support and enhance the bail supervision program that's really not being utilized. It is important to have that, option. There are many things that we feel that need to be addressed that have not been in this budget. Speaker, I'm going to move on now with respect to an important issue in the District of Harbour, Maine, and that has to do with the road work, as the Minister just shouted out about over there. This issue with the roads in the District of Harbour, Maine. Let me just say, since getting elected in 2019, I presented a total of 22 road petitions. Today, I will be presenting another one, and that will be number 23. I have had 5 different ministers of the Crown since 2019 that I have lobbied and talked to and, tried to get support for the road, specifically with respect to Holyrood out to part of Kelligrews. I can say that I did have, and I'm thankful to the 2 ministers that did visit the district by my invitation to come and see firsthand, and they did do that. The member for Fortune Bay Cape Lahoon actually was one of them, the first, and the member from St. John's East was another minister that did take the time to come out and see firsthand what was going on in the District of Harbour, Maine. They know how bad these roads are. And yesterday, I must say, I really appreciated the member from Conception Bay South, who talked in his budget speech about the concerns that we have. All of us have concerns pretty much over here about the road work in our districts and how we're fighting to get a scrap of road work done. And that's what member for Conception Bay South said. He said, basically, we're fighting to get road work. I mean, we're looking at, in the District of Harbour, Maine, there's thousands of people that go on this highway, this road, Route 60, from Holyrood, yet we're begging for pavement year after year, year after year, begging for pavement, and I'm at the point where I don't even understand how this decision is made, because the allocation of road work is, the process, Speaker, is definitely flawed, because as the member from Conception Bay South said, we represent all the people in our district. PCs, Liberals, NDPs, all of them. Every person, no matter what they represent, who they represent. But government has that same responsibility, Speaker. Government has that same responsibility to represent all of the people in the districts that they represent. And is this happening? Is this the reality that we're seeing in how this government has governed and how they've allocated pavement in the past 10 years? I would submit that the only conclusion that we can come to is that it's not a fair process. I argue that it's not a fair process. I'm not sure what has to be done. Why don't we have a fair process where the worst roads get attention? The worst roads get paved first. It doesn't have to be complicated. Why is it that that's not happening? We're only asking for fairness here. No one will deny how bad this road is from Holyrood out to part of Kelligrews. It's probably, I would submit, the worst road in the District of Harbour, Maine. I mean, we hear this every day from our constituents about how bad these roads are. And yet, I've been told that we do, apparently, in the roads plan, what is stated is that Route 60, Conception Bay Highway, paving sections near Topsail Beach and Holyrood. That's it. We don't know what that means. I've reached out to the minister back and forth. I'm still as confused as I was on April the 3rd when this came out. I really have no definitive answer. This is about transparency. It's about fairness, how they distribute, how they determine who gets the pavement. And my only conclusion is that it is political. That's what we all pretty much have concluded, that it depends on what stripe you are. If you've got the red or white stripe, whichever stripe they're with today, but whatever stripe you are will determine what pavement you get. But Speaker, that's not acceptable. That's an unfair process, and furthermore, we need transparency. I heard the member from Ferryland say yesterday in his petition, he doesn't know how many kilometres, he doesn't know where it's located. I'm trying to find out genuinely from my constituents who are reaching out and saying, where is the, are we getting pavement in Holyrood? We know it's near Holyrood, but near Topsail Beach and Holyrood. Surely there has to be a better process than this. Surely we should have transparency. This is the people's money. This is taxpayers' money. This is not secretive. This should not be secretive, and it should be at least to give the people some idea of what amount of roadway we are getting paved. I have no idea. Hopefully it's going to address the serious, I would argue, unsafe conditions that exist in this particular piece of Route 60. So on that note, Speaker, we are very concerned. The people of these petitions that I've raised year after year, these are not from, this is not me, these are the people of the District of Harbour, Maine. When I stand here, that's who I am asking these questions on behalf. That's who I am advocating for. And the government has a responsibility to address these serious issues with the roads, especially, and there are other areas, but especially in the area of Holyrood to part of Kelligrews. Thank you.
Okay, member for, just hang on now. Grand Falls, Windsor, Buckins.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak again on Budget 2025. And before I get started, I just want to give a big shout out to somebody that would be near and dear to all of us. And those are people that would be extremely overworked and, in my opinion, underpaid, and that would be our constituency assistants that are in our offices every single day, doing the work. Yeah. Doing the work that they do. It's absolutely phenomenal, the work that they do, the commitments that they put into it, and I'm just so proud of Brenda, who works in my office, and I'm sure that everybody here is very proud of theirs, and I don't know where we'd be without them. And that's the honest to God truth. As we get into budget here, the finance minister talks about, you know, the great things that they're doing. But one thing that I was very disappointed with in the budget was I spoke about it before, was the Lionel O'Kellin Hospice. And that's the fact that the budget, this 2025 budget, there was no increase for the Lionel O'Kellin Hospice. Our only first and only community hospice in Newfoundland and Labrador got the same amount of funding as they did last year, and as we know now, in January they ran out of money. They ran out and had to get some bridge funding, and we managed to get the bridge funding, but at that point you would think that the work that went into the budget, they would have been able to find some more money there. And unfortunately it wasn't there, and I hope that we come up with it, because that's the hill I'm going to die on. That place isn't going to go anywhere, I can promise you that. Once again, I spoke about this before, but I need to bring it up again. And I know the minister is listening here today, and that would be the wood cutting permits throughout Newfoundland and Labrador, and especially in Central. We've had generations, you know, a century of wood cutting in Central Newfoundland and Labrador. When the mill shut down in Grand Falls, Windsor years ago, we still had wood out there, and we could have, I think in my mind, we could have definitely done some sort of secondary processing plant. But unfortunately we didn't. But we still have many processors out there. We have many harvesters out there, many small harvesters that have been doing this forever. A couple of them, of course, John Shearing in Grand Falls, Windsor, been cutting wood. The man's 67 years old now. He still tries to cut, but he's been cutting wood since he's been 6 years old. And this is the first time in the history of his life where he couldn't get a wood permit. And that's shameful. That's absolutely shameful. And that man grew up in Grand Falls, Windsor, and spent his entire lifetime in the woods, right where he belongs and right where he loves it. Another one up towards the Buckins area, of course, is Jonathan Brown. Jonathan Brown is a second-generation woodcutter. His dad did it. He's First Nations, he's Aboriginal, and he was only too proud to cut wood his whole life. I talked to him yesterday. He reached out to me. He is officially out of wood. He is officially out of wood. So his small enterprise of 8 or 10 people that have been around his entire lifetime, if he doesn't get wood in the next couple months, he has to fold and probably leave the province. You know what? In Newfoundland and Labrador, where we have just over 500,000 people, we have a lot of forest, a lot. And the fact that the department can't find a way to ensure that these smaller enterprises that have been around for a dog's age cannot get wood, it's shameful. It's not right. It's a sin. There has to be a way. There has to be a way with these huge allotments that we have for the bigger companies that come in. And again, this is not to downgrade any of the larger enterprises, of course, because we want free enterprise, Newfoundland, Labrador, and I'm happy that we have these bigger, successful companies. But they should not be able to take away from those smaller companies that are trying to make a living, that live right in the central area as well. And I can guarantee you, when we get in government, I will be changing that. I will be changing that. That's a promise. Yeah. And of course, yep. And I spoke to our leader, of course, member for Steamboat Port-au-Port, and without hesitation, he said that he will be there for the people of Central. So I really, really appreciate that. If I can move on for a moment to a bit of a lighter topic. When you drive across the island, you come towards Bellevue, and there's a rock that everybody sees on the right-hand side. That rock has Corey and Trina on it. A lot of people think that it's Corey and Trina, the wonderful musicians that we've had there, the entertainers from Newfoundland and Labrador. In fact, it's not. It's not. And there was a Land and Sea special about it a little while last year. And I'll tell you the story. Corey and Trina Sharp from Grand Falls, Windsor, their dad was taking their daughter to school back in 1994. And they got out, they had a can of paint and a paintbrush in the back, and she wanted to do a little bit there, something for her brother, and that's what she did. She painted Corey and Trina on that rock in 1994. So what is that, 31 years ago. Absolutely phenomenal. I talked to Corey yesterday, and he's afraid that when the divided highway comes in, that rock that is a pinnacle for everybody seeing it, whatever, it's sort of a monument at this point, is going to be taken out. So I assured him that I'll talk to the minister, I'll talk to the minister's department, and if that rock is to be taken out, I'm hoping that we can get it put somewhere else so, again, everybody can see it and they can keep that memory alive, and that's something that they enjoy. So I promised Corey that I would talk to the minister, and I certainly will about that, because we'd like to keep it there. And, you know, the Land and Sea special, they brought Corey and Trina together with the Corey crew, and it was quite the moment for him anyway. It means a lot to Corey and Trina from Grand Falls, Windsor, and I'm going to be sure that we talk to the department and see what other circumstances we can get for that rock right there. We'll move on to crime in Central. Of course, crime is up all over the province. It is, and unfortunately, that's the day and age that we live in. And you know, it can be attributed to drugs, and a lot of it can come back to drugs, sort of thing. We have a huge drug epidemic here in Newfoundland and Labrador, and in Grand Falls, Windsor, of course, we are not immune to that. In Grand Falls, Windsor, just last weekend, we had a shelter in place of an active shooter. It's not something that you see very often, but you do see it. And again, it comes back to drugs. And I've known, you know, some of the people that may have been involved, and it wasn't great to see, because again, we're only as strong as the weakest people within our communities, and we need, or the most vulnerable. And I appreciate the Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers we have in Grand Falls, Windsor. They do a phenomenal job. Some of them are actually from Grand Falls, Windsor. So we're happy to have them there. But something that plagued me a while, for years and years, well before I was long before I was a politician, and I don't know if I mentioned it to the minister, but I definitely will at some point, is the RNC, the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary. I'm not sure why. It's fantastic. We have in St. John's, Corner Brook, Labrador City, as far as I know. Why aren't they in Central? You know, why aren't they in Central? And, you know, I would love to talk to the minister someday about down the road sort of thing. Why don't we have RNC officers, the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary officers, in Central, in Grand Falls, Windsor, and possibly Gander, and get some more boots on the ground? That's something that, and maybe there's a reason why they're not, I'm not sure, but I would like to see more officers, obviously, in Grand Falls, Windsor. We have our municipal police in Grand Falls, Windsor, of course. They're absolutely phenomenal. They're locals. They do a great job for what they have to do, and we're pleased to have them there. I spoke about the divided highway yesterday in Grand Falls, Windsor. Again, it's a huge topic in Grand Falls, Windsor, and a lot of the comments that I get back, and I want to address this now, are we need drivers to pay more attention on the road. 100%. I mean, that could be anywhere in Newfoundland and Labrador. And that's fine enough to say, but of course, we're all human, so we make mistakes. So for somebody to come and say, you know, we need to pay more attention, that's not a fix. And I'll tell you why that's not a fix. At any given time, you could be driving the absolute perfect conditions through Grand Falls, Windsor, 90 kilometers an hour, hands at 10 and 2, and if you're coming around the turn there by the cemetery, by the hospital, and somebody else is in that lane, doesn't matter how much attention you're paying, the other driver may hit you, and unfortunately that's the reality of it. So I just spoke with the minister again, and his department has just reached out to me maybe 10 minutes ago, so I'm going to meet with them, I think at some point today, and we're going to get that done. And it took a long time. It took too long. It took too long to get it done. But to the minister's credit, he's the first out of 3 or 4 ministers over there to actually get some action on this. So I thank you very much for that, Minister. Much appreciated. My critical role, of course, is firefighting and emergency services. We thank all the firefighters across the province. It was, I was very fortunate to do it throughout a portion of my life, and I really, really enjoyed it. But the fact now that with the absence of ambulances within rural Newfoundland and Labrador, these firefighters now have to take on the calls. And that's fine and dandy. I'm sure that they're only too happy to do it. But they shouldn't have to pay the price to do it. We talked about compensation, whether it be equipment, fuel, all of these things. There needs to be a model that needs to be landed on here to get them some sort of compensation if they're going to be doing these medical calls. You know, in Newfoundland and Labrador, it's all hands on deck. Anybody would help anybody else. But we want to make sure that they're prepared to do it. They have the right equipment, and they can do this, because if it's something that we're going to rely on, well, let's come up with a model where we can rely on it and they can get compensated, because it's not fair to them. It's not fair to the municipalities that may be having to foot some of these bills. And that's something hopefully that the department looks into, and I wouldn't mind helping with that as well. It's been said many times before, seniors. We talk about seniors throughout our communities, and you know, you talk about that they're supposed to be in their golden years, and well, it doesn't feel like the golden years for their seniors. And unfortunately, again, that's the reality that we live in, that the seniors have to try and make it through, you know, check to check sort of thing, and the little bit that they have coming in. The soaring food prices are phenomenal. I mean, seniors have to eat. And forget about just trying to eat healthy. They just have to try and eat. You know, it's so expensive. Yes, it's expensive to eat healthy, but just it's expensive to eat terrible as well. And unfortunately, that's where seniors are today. And we have to try to help the seniors as much as we possibly can. You think about the different bills that seniors have today that they didn't have years ago. A cell phone bill. You have to buy a new cell phone. Every person on this planet needs a cell phone at some point. They need a cell phone plan. And whether you're a parent trying to get them for your kids, it's not something that you had 20 years ago. And but it's needed now. I mean, that's the world that we live in now. Same thing with the oil and gas. Oil and gas built up this world to be reliant on it. Well, now we have to be reliant on cell phones. So a senior living in their home, they have certain bills that they have that they may not have had 20 years ago, and that cuts into the little bit of money they get. So as these bills continue to soar, the money they have coming in stays pretty stagnant with small increments. And again, I think that we promised, what, 20% of an increase, and that's something that we need to look at moving forward for seniors as well. And when you see the seniors at the grocery store, of course, my God, it's a sin. You don't see many happy seniors anymore. You just don't, because you can see that they're struggling, and you feel that struggle every single time. And you know, God bless any kids out there, any grandkids that are helping their moms, that are helping their grandparents, and you know, it's not easy on them either. But they're still doing it, whether it be financially or just being there for them to help out. You know, thank you very much to anybody out there that's helping a senior. And of course, on the other end of that, we've got young people. We've got these young men and women that are growing up through high school and graduating high school and going to university and graduating university, college. And those that may not be going to college, university, but are finding themselves, and that's okay too, you know. That's okay too. I got two sons, and Declan's 20, just turned 20, and Xander's 17, and you know, being a dad, it's exciting to watch them succeed. It's exciting to watch them fail, because that's where real growth happens. It's exciting to watch them take on a world that was different than when I took it on. And the challenges that are in the world today for young people, they aren't more, they aren't less, but they are different. They are certainly different. And the financial struggles that, you know, they have today, I think, are much more pressure on young people than they were when I was growing up. You know, you watch the kids come out today, and you're going to go out and buy a new vehicle. Well, new vehicles today are $35,000, $40,000. I mean, you're not going to go out and buy a new vehicle just coming out of college with the debt that you may have. You're going to rent a place in St. John's, $2,000, $2,500 a month to rent a place, and it just doesn't keep up. So, to think about our young people, our young men and women out there who are ready to take on the world, you can imagine the amount of stress that's on their shoulders, the amount of uncertainty that's on their shoulders, and they would expect government, and I've always said government is not here to save anybody. That's not government's role. Government's role should be to work hard and provide an environment that people can flourish in. It's as simple as I can put it. It's government's role to provide the environment for people to have the opportunity to flourish. And I want to see my children flourish just like all children across Newfoundland and Labrador. And I want to keep them home as much as I can, as many of them as I possibly can. But it's tough. It's very, very tough on young people today. And I don't envy them, but I am there to support them. And I will continue to support them just like all of us will, because we want them here. You know, we talk about the mental health, whether it be with seniors or young people. The mental health epidemic we have today, it's unreal. And it's a huge contribution to the drug or alcohol problem that may be out there. And looking at it myself and just trying to step back and take a look at it, I think that the reason there's so much, you know, there could be depression or anxieties out there is again, the uncertainty. I mean, when I was growing up, you were given the notion of the harder you work, the further you're going to get ahead. That's plain and simple. Pretty much, the harder you work, the further you're going to get ahead. And sometimes, you know, I've always been about hard work. I've never been given a thing in my life. I've worked for everything I've ever had. But it gets frustrating for people to take that notion on and to see it through. When that light at the end of the tunnel gets smaller and smaller as things skyrocket and things get harder, oh my God, people are giving up. People are giving up. But I ask you not to give up. You know, again, I'm the most least materialistic person I've ever met in my entire life. I made a little home for myself on the corner of New Hook and Knight Street in Grand Falls, Windsor, and it's a very modest house, and it's got chew marks in the staircase where the dog did it and everything else, and we got, you know, it's my home, and I filled it with my beautiful wife, my best friend, my two children, my dog. And at the end of the day, you can get frustrated, and there's lots there to get frustrated about, but I have a roof over my head. I have people around me I love and love me back, and I have food in my belly. And by God, at the end of the day, if you have that, you're doing better than most. You truly are in this world. You are. So it's great to have the ambition to want more, and that's fine, but don't get caught down in the bog. My son's favorite saying, I told him this when he was a little boy, and it was, everything will be okay in the end. And if it's not okay, it's not the end. Just hang on. Just hang on. My two sons grew up with that, and it served them well, just as it served me my whole life. So to all you out there, we're going to continue to work as hard as we possibly can to create that environment where you can flourish. But again, if you have love, if you have laughter, if you have shelter, and you have food, you're doing better than most people on this planet. So take a moment. Just take a moment and show just a little bit of gratitude, and just for yourself, not anybody else. Just feel a little bit of gratitude, and it might get you through those hard days as well. Because, like I say, the mental health pandemic here in Newfoundland, Labrador, it's real. it's so real. And it affects everything in your life. It affects your work life, it affects your relationships, it affects your day-to-day activities. And my mom said to me, and I'm going to stick with the mental health for a little bit. My mom said to me a little while ago, she called, she was having a hard day, and she was having a bad day. And she said, Chris, you know, she said, all the stuff that's going on in the world and this and that, and I can't get away from it, and it's got me down here today. And I'll give everybody out there the same advice that I gave her for that day. I said, Mom, I said, turn off your TV, my love, put down your phone, and go outside. Yeah. I said, that's because you know what? When you're walking and there's sunshine on your face, those problems don't exist for an hour or so, and that's what some people need sometimes. That's what some people need sometimes. So that'll be my advice to anybody out there. Put down the phone, turn off your TV, and get out, because you can get bogged down on it, and it can really take a lot of people down. And I think that's the effect that it's having here lately. The poverty we have within Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada, and throughout, it's hurting a lot of people. The food insecurity, of course, can't imagine going hungry. It's terrible, but it's real. It's really out there. The housing, when we were growing up, it really wasn't a thing. Not that we really noticed anyway. But nowadays you have families and a lot more people. You don't have to be out in the street to not have housing, but if you're couch surfing, if you're staying with somebody else, that's inadequate housing. And unfortunately, we see more and more of that today than ever. But there's another thing that people, I don't know if people really bring it up lots. The cars on the road, the vehicles on the road today. People can't afford things like they used to. So if you have a decision between food, your mortgage, or new tires, tires are at the back of the list. The tires are at the back of the list. So I truly believe, and this is not, to come down on anybody, but I truly believe we have a lot of cars on the road today that are inadequate, that aren't up to par for safety standards, and that's sad. That's sad. And again, it's not a knock on the people that are doing it, because I realize the struggles that you're in, but it's causing, it could cause a wreck on our roads, or cause an accident, and once again, no fault of their own. I get it. But that's something that we need to be aware of and be prepared to talk about. Anyway, I see my time's coming to an end, Madam Speaker. I just want to say to everybody in Grand Falls, Windsor, Buchan District, everybody across Newfoundland and Labrador, I want you to have a very safe and happy Easter weekend coming up, and take that time and spend it with your family, and let's all be grateful for what we have as we strive for more. Thank you very much.
Member for Stephenville, Port-au-Port, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Here, here. Thank you, Speaker. I'm glad to be able to stand here once again and start off my comments on the budget by thanking the people of the district of Stephenville, Port-au-Port, who have given me the honor to represent them in this House of Assembly. It's something that I do not take lightly, and I certainly know there are lots of issues and lots of challenges, but it is always a pleasure to speak with people in my district and in other districts across this province and talk to them about their concerns and the things that they would like to see us move ahead with. And that's what a budget is always about. It's about, when we review a budget, we always look to see what's in there that's actually going to make a huge difference to people in Newfoundland and Labrador. And before I start my comments on the budget today, I want to reference the budget speech and a comment that the minister made in her opening remarks in the budget speech. And that comment was something along the lines of, and I apologize if I don't have it 100% accurate, but along the lines of welcoming the PC's party here to listen to the budget. And I believe that was a reference to the fact that last year we did not sit here in the House of Assembly and listen to the budget speech. We stood with fish harvesters and plant workers and others in the fishing industry who were protesting because of the challenges they were facing in their industry. And I will say, I will never apologize for standing up for the people that work in the fishing industry in Newfoundland and Labrador, because they are the ones that are the backbone of this, province of ours, and it certainly impacts all of us in this House of Assembly. And that's why I'm glad to see that the crab processors, the crab fisher people and others and the plant workers are actually on the water and processing crabs. So I think we all agree. We're all happy to see that's happening. But having said that, I also think about the fact that the harvesters in 3K saw a significant cut to their quotas this year, 25%. And they talk about it being based on science. And I would argue there's more to science than a bunch of people sitting at a desk in Ottawa making decisions or doing these things. They talk about two different ways that they did this, the pot surveys and the net surveys. And yet right now we are hearing from harvesters in 3K that their pots are full. And so when I think about that and I think about all the people that are involved in the science, I think who are most likely to be the best scientists when it comes to determining whether or not stock is healthy? I would argue that it's not the people sitting at the desk. It's the people in the wheelhouses of all those fishing vessels that are on the water every single day harvesting, and they should have a lot more input into how decisions are being made when it affects our industry, because it is our industry. So, Speaker, I want to start off again today referencing a question period from yesterday. Again, it was a question around, and I want to start off by saying, to set the record straight, that all of us in this House of Assembly, I believe all of us, value all the work that's done by our public servants in our province to make sure without their support, things wouldn't happen, we wouldn't get our jobs done. And so I want to say that out loud. But the reference yesterday to the 7 years of an acting position in the Public Service Commission was brought up by my member from Green Bay. And I want to go back to the estimates of April 11, 2022. And why we're concerned about it, because in the estimates of April 11 of 2022, I was at that estimates, as the Minister alluded to yesterday, and I asked questions about this particular position and why it was still acting. And we got great answers. So if I could just quote from those answers. So I asked the question, so am I to understand that the position is actually now being advertised and it's before the Independent Appointments Commission? And the answer from the acting commissioner was, my understanding is that the position has been advertised, it has been recruited for, there have been interviews, there has been a report generated by the Independent Appointments Commission, and that report has been submitted to government in accordance with the Act. That was 2022. Today, in 2025, the person is still acting. So maybe we'll ask a question in the House later today about what happened. Because clearly, in 2022, from the estimates, the position had been advertised and all the process had taken place and a decision was imminent. And then I went on to thank Mr. Joyce, and I said, I'm not going to ask you if you applied or not, but I want to thank you for the work you've done for the last 3 years in an acting capacity. Pretty soon you'll be ready to step up for the next career, but I want to thank you for it's a difficult challenge to fill something on an acting basis for such a long time. And I'm glad to hear that the position has been posted. So again, we'll come back to that in the question period and see if we can get an answer as to what happened between 2022 when the position was posted, recommendations made, and nothing has been done, and it's now 2025. Such an important position for the Public Service Commission. This is a significant position, and it needs to be filled. So that's why I want to go back to that. We've heard a lot of my colleagues talk about roads in their in their budget, in their speeches so far, and you know, it reminds me of the old days, which I thought were long past us, when you knew an election was happening when the paving machine was rolling down your street, and now it appears it's a similar process. And when I think about, and excuse me for 1 second, when I think about my daughter, she lives in England, where they drive on the left side of the road. Well, I can tell you that the people in my district drive on what's left of the roads, and that's what's happening. And it's common. We're hearing a common theme here from all of the people on this side of the House about the challenges with road work and the challenges, and yet we've also heard the comments that there's been 5 transportation ministers, different transportation ministers over there. It's interesting to hear them debate among themselves as who got the most pavement in their own districts while they were ministers of transportation. And it shows. I mean, all we have to do is go back and look at where the actual paving work was done. But there is a desperate need for road repairs in the district of Stephenville-Port-au-Port. I'm happy to say that we got 1 allocation for a road, despite the entire route that's over there. And I should point out that when we often talk about the Irish Loop, well, I would also suggest that all of us, or all of you, if you haven't visited so far, should come to the West Coast and take a run around the 460, which is not only a historic route, but there's the indigenous culture that's there. It's the French culture that's there, and the French festivals that are there. And it's a beautiful ride right around the whole entire area. Beautiful scenery, beautiful people, beautiful festivals, and unfortunately, the only thing I can't say that's not beautiful is our roads. So if you are traveling or plan on traveling coming out this summer, then I welcome you to, by all means, but make sure you got a spare tire. Make sure you got a spare tire in your vehicle, or one of those inflatable cans that you can blow it up if you need to, because there continues to be a number of people who have reached out to my office and talked about their flat tires that they've incurred, and I've driven around that, and there are significant potholes in that road that need to be repaired. Significant challenges with even the sides of the roads. And in a community in Three Rock Cove, there's a part of the road that's completely destroyed because the water builds up there constantly, and it causes all kinds of challenges, especially in the winter. So there are things that need to be done. Maintenance. It's not just about putting a new surface on the roads. There's a lot of maintenance that needs to be done, and that's part of the challenge. And we find and hear that there are challenges with the equipment that the workers have to use, and we are hearing lots of challenges with the number of workers that are actually available to do the work. So all of those things are very important. But a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, there is something in the plan here called slope stabilization for Fox Island River and paving section of Fox Island River, and it's Route 462, but on the heading it's called Mattis Point Road. So I'm wondering if the reason I got it is because they thought it was in a Liberal district, because the Mattis Point Road is in a Liberal district. It's actually Point Mall Road that they're referring to. So I'm looking forward to the work being done on the Fox Island River. But I want to speak about the Fox Island River Road, because this is a road that runs parallel to the ocean, and it's a road that I would suggest over the last 15 years we get storm surges every time and the road gets washed out. And then what do? We come in, and Transportation Works comes in and they turn around and clear the debris off the road, and then we put some small stones back over again and we fix it so it's good to go. And then we repeat the following year, and then we repeat and repeat and repeat. And I've heard my colleague from Ferryland talk about the breakwater down his way, and that's what we get into. It's a repeat cycle where we wind up over the course of a number of years actually spending more money on repairs than if we had to address the issue and get it fixed properly the first time. we wouldn't have that challenge. And I think of the Speaker's own district, of my own, where I grew up, Placentia, what a wonderful job they did out there in stabilizing the beach road and the beautiful boardwalk that sits on top of that now. And it's become an attraction where people want to walk on that every day. There's the potential for that same type of thing to be done in Fox Island River. But what we have to do is not simply go out and spend all this money on repairing this road. Let's make sure we do it right. And listen to the people that live in the district. Listen to the people that live in Fox Island River and what they're suggesting, how we can get this repaired so it won't be talking about this every single year. And it's not about having to move the road over or anything like that. They have solutions, but the solutions mean that we got to take our time and do it right. So we're about to spend another bunch of money on stabilizing that road, and I'm glad to see that in the budget. But I want to make sure that it's not simply a repeat of everything we've done in the past. We continue to do that. So let's make it so that when we do these repairs this time, that we put the right armor stone down there, that we listen to the people of the community, and we get it done right, because that's what's important here. I also want to talk briefly when I talk about roads. I want to talk about, we talked about erosion. We talked about that. Good Friday is this week. A year ago, on Good Friday, there was a significant rainfall, a storm. Part of that storm damaged property, roads, and others in the town of Cape St. George. Significantly, one house has actually been torn down because it was destroyed by that, and there has been no assistance. I stood in this House of Assembly on 2 different occasions and asked the Premier for assistance for the town of Cape St. George to deal with the challenges that these people in that particular town were having. Twice, the Premier committed to ensuring that his government would be there for the people in that community. To date, there has been no commitment made. There has been no funding. That commitment has not been honored, and that needs to be done. That needs to be done. I get calls constantly from people in that community asking, when is it coming? When can we expect it? It's still not here. Still no response. And maybe it doesn't fit under a federal program or anything like that. But when we make commitments in this House of Assembly that we are going to help people, then we ought to follow through on them. We ought to follow through on them. That's all people think and want, is somebody to say, yes, you said you were going to do it, yes, you will do it. And that's all they're asking for. So I hope that before the Premier leaves, that commitment will get honored, that promise will be made. I also want to talk a little bit about other erosion. The community of Mainland is a beautiful scenic community along the coast that I just talked about. A lot of French ancestry, an all-French school there. And on the side facing the road, I think of a gentleman, Mr. Oliver, who has a house that he built on that side of the road 30 years ago, plus maybe, when at one time he could play soccer in his backyard. Now if he steps off his deck, he'll fall into the ocean. That's how much the erosion, coastal erosion, has impacted his property. And yet, we can't find no way to help that man. And at the same time, I think about the other buildings along that strip. When I think of the Tea by the Sea building, the historic schoolhouse, and the other historical buildings that the Mainland Historical Association has put so much time and effort into developing and commemorating their history. And I watch as those banks erode year over year. And we do not want to find ourselves in a situation as what happened in Daniels Harbor. We cannot wait for the properties to fall into the ocean before we actually decide that we're going to do something about it. So again, that's something that we need we need somebody from Transportation Works or engineers or someone to go down, take a serious look at this, and figure out how are we going to get this done. Those are issues that are impacting people right now in my district that need to be looked after. That's another case. And when I speak of Mainland and Three Rock Cove, Mainland and Three Rock Cove are two local service districts next to each other. Back in 2022, they applied to become a municipality, which is something that we have talked about and encouraged, local service districts that want to become incorporated. So these two local service districts have applied in 2022 to become a municipality. So the process started, and they started the process, which is the correct way, and they formally applied, and they went and they got a feasibility study completed, feasibility study done and submitted to the department. But since then, there's been nothing. Every question that was asked of the two LSDs by officials have been answered. And now every time, and I could show you a string of emails that are written by the chair of Mainland and the LSD of Three Rock Cove to department officials, to deputy ministers and others, asking for an update, And every time the answer is the same: we're still working on it. We're still working on it. And when they ask exactly what it is, what information do you need to finally make your decision, there is nothing. And most recently, after another request, the answer back once again was, well, we've changed out deputy ministers now, assistant deputy ministers, so now we're going to have to go back and we're not familiar with the file, we'll have to go back and look at the file again. So it's a delay, and a delay. 3 years they've been asking to be incorporated as a municipality. Since 2022, the process started, and we understand that processes, that things had to be done, checklists had to be done, feasibility studies had to be done. But now, for over a year, it's been stall. I think the people of Mainland and Three Rock Cove deserve an answer. They deserve the right to know from their government what is holding up their incorporation as a municipality. And they need to hear that from the officials in the department. They deserve that. They've put in a lot of work. They've done their homework. They've done all the assessments. They went out and met with everyone in the community. All they're asking for is why. Why do we continue to be delayed in getting an answer? 3 years. So I would hope that that is something that will get addressed now before the end or before the next election is called. I've talked about a lot of things in terms of my district, but I also want to talk about health care, or the lack of, in my district as well. Once upon a time, I was told that there were 16 specialists at the Sir Thomas Roddick Hospital in Steveville, and now we're down to 1. Now, there are locums providing service from time to time, but the erosion of services out of Stephenville and out of that hospital has continued over the last 10 years. And when I talk about that, it's simply not about, to say that, well, we're advertising for positions. We're advertising. Putting an ad on your website is not going to get the job done. As we know, recruitment and retention is hard work, and it means you have to get out there. You have to have people out scouring and doing it. And it's not about simply going off for photo ops and to this place or that place and saying, oh, we're on a mission to recruit. Recruiting is a full-time job. Retention is a full-time job. It doesn't stop and start. It has to be continuous. And it needs to be. There are people out there, there are agencies out there, there are workers working in our own hospitals and long-term care facilities and others that are great recruiters, that we ought to be talking to these people about who do they know, who are their friends, who could they ask to come back, do they know of somebody who might be interested. But we cannot allow rural Newfoundland and Labrador to see our healthcare system simply flowing out of our communities and all centralized. That's what's happening. And it's not just doctors. It's also other positions, whether it's wound care, whether it's mammography services. There's all of these other services that people are now having to travel for. Services that were once available in their community, in their hospital. That's no longer there. We're having to travel. Or if it's there, it's intermittent. And there's no guarantee that it will be there. So these are all the stories. These are facts that are actually out there right now happening in our hospitals. When I think of the opportunity we have to maximize the use of the physical structures we have already in this province. Stephenville has an acute care hospital with 2 ORs. Those 2 ORs should be working, should be maxed out. So when we think about services for a region, it's not just about what you have in one building or another building. It has to be about the region and how do we turn around and maximize the use of our OR space that we have there. Putting approximately 16,000 people that are served by that particular hospital or have had services from that hospital on the road is not what we ought to be doing from a healthcare perspective. We ought to be making sure that we have people in our own communities to be able to service them. When we have a facility there that can do this, we ought to be making sure that we have the staff to run it. And that has to be part of the system. And whether it's Carbonear or Clarenville or Stephenville or any of the other facilities that we have in this province, we have to find a way to make sure that we do not give up on them, that we max out the utilization of these facilities and we staff them up, because I believe that they can be utilized, should be utilized, and I certainly intend to utilize them. But that's something that needs to happen. It's not happening. Rural Newfoundland and Labrador are seeing an erosion. You know, recently I went to central Newfoundland and spoke with a lady whose friend was a dietitian from that same community. Funny thing was the community, but she wasn't able to come back because the organization in Central couldn't afford or couldn't find a way to allow her to have 10 hours of supervised time in her community, which she needed apparently as part of her training or program, her apprentice program. Somebody needed to be with her for 10 hours for so many weeks, and they couldn't do it. Said they couldn't do it. So here this dietitian wanted to go back home and is not able to go home because we can't find a way to have somebody provide that supervision that this student needs to complete her internship so she can turn around and become a valuable member of our health force in central Newfoundland and rural Newfoundland and Labrador. That is a challenge. That is something that we should not be talking about here. I've also talked, of course, and spoken a lot to other healthcare professionals as well who have experienced similar situations, and other education. Again, most recently, a teacher in a community who is working full-time temporary from the community moved back to the community, but was not offered a full-time job. Now, there may be all kinds of reasons around that and other things and excuses given as, you know, it's to do with the union, it's to do with this or to do with that. But think about the principle of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to keep people in Newfoundland and Labrador. We're trying to build up. We want our younger people to stay here and work. And when somebody moves back to their home community and they're not guaranteed their job, it's very challenging for them to be able to put down roots. Very challenging indeed. Because at any time they could be told, no, sorry. And then we have examples, as we all know, in all of our districts of teachers who have been on, quote, casual staff, who have never been offered a full-time position for years in our communities. And is it because we're exploiting them? Because if we know if we make them permanent, then we won't have the casuals to call in? Does that seem fair to people who have put in a lifetime of dedication and want to stay in their home communities and work, that we're finding ways of not being able to do something? These are the challenges that are there, but these are things that we ought to be able to overcome. We have the people right there who want to stay and work, and we're not finding a way to keep them there. That's the challenge I have with this. Our challenge, our goal has to be to put people to work, to find people who want to come back. They want to stay in rural Newfoundland and Labrador, but we should be finding ways to make sure they do. And I will continue to lobby for that. There are so many other positions of people out there that are having challenges. Let me go quickly to something that I've talked a lot about as I've traveled around the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. We all know we have community organizations that do tremendous work for us. Tremendous work all over Newfoundland and Labrador. A lot of organizations, community organizations of volunteers and others who have staff that take the work, take the jobs, and do the jobs. And I've always said that these organizations will take $1 and turn it into $5. That's what we ought to do. But many of these organizations, they don't get the core funding support from government. And I'm not blaming it on any government, but I'm suggesting that it's something that ought to have been looked at. We ought to be talking about it because they provide valuable service to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. When I think of an organization like the Coalition of Persons with Disabilities, who have no core funding and who every year don't know if they're going to be able to survive to carry on for the next year or not, they all have to depend on grants. These are challenges. These are great organizations. And I'm not suggesting that we're automatically going to simply provide core funding to everyone, but we ought to be sitting down with them. We ought to be sitting down and have that budget discussion. And it's not going to be the same for all organizations. Everyone will be different, but let's have that discussion. They would welcome that. They'd welcome an opportunity to sit down and debate and talk about how much I'm going to provide as core funding or not provide. These are the things that we can do. It's not about increasing the budget. It's about making choices, better choices about how we want to spend our money. And I think there's lots of room to make better choices on how we want to spend our money. I recently met with an organization, a rural development association, who have upwards of employment for up to 100 people. They have no core funding. They rely on grants. Every year they rely on grants, and they try and apply for every grant that's available. And this organization has done some remarkable things. I recently met with 2 young people who had an addiction issue, and this organization was able to work with these individuals to get them back so that they are now actually working members of the community, working within this Rural Development Association and the projects they have. 2 people taken off the streets that had struggles but are now back working and productive. And that's because of organizations like that. And when we think about what we do, I say I feel like wanting to play the video. It's amazing, the story, and I'm sure there are others. But this organization, a few months ago, applied for funding, a funding proposal for a 3-year project, 3 years, that would give stability, that would provide stability. Not only have we not addressed that, but the sad reality of it is nobody responded to that. No government department actually wrote them back, picked up the phone to say, we've got your application, it's on file, we're reviewing it. Not even the courtesy of a response. What kind of message are we sending to these community organizations, to these people who are out there doing tremendous work in rural Newfoundland and Labrador, and we're saying no to Newfoundland, rural Newfoundland and Labrador? That's what the government is doing by not even responding to people. And whether it's the people that live in Cape St. George who are still waiting for an answer on the repairs caused by the flooding, whether it's the Rural Development Association right here, there that can't get a response, whether it's that dietitian. There are so many other examples where we're failing the people in our rural communities, people who are wanting. The Liberal government has had 10 years in government, and we don't see this. So when the minister talks about the budget and why we're not supporting it, he talks about all these great things. Well, I can go on and on and on and on about all the things that aren't in the budget. And that's where some of these things. So the principle of core funding, let me tell you, after the next election, when we're sitting on that side of the House, core funding will be part of the discussions for all these community organizations. Family care teams. We've heard lots of discussions about family care teams and lots of talk about how many people are rostered or not rostered. And I just want to quickly bring up a little story, because while we talk about 75,000 people that are currently rostered, we all know there are many more that aren't. We all know there are 168,000 people who do not have a family physician. That's not my number. That's a number that we've been talked about from the Medical Association. But I want to share a story, because we stand up and say somehow that all of these people that are on the list are somehow looked after. Well, this is an email I had recently. It says, it was interesting hearing the CEO of Newfoundland and Labrador Health Services saying how they're having success matching patients with family care teams. So it goes on to say, I will tell you about my experience, and it's not positive. After registering with NL Connect approximately 2 years ago, we had a call about 3 weeks ago verifying our information. However, they couldn't assign us to a family care team because they're at capacity here in Grand Falls, Windsor. We were told that since they called us, myself and my husband are no longer on the list. They called us, so now they're no longer on the list. I was given a local telephone number so that I can call and see if they have spots available for us. Oh yes, in that phone call, we were also given a number for Teledoc. So, if other patients registered with NL Connect are called and given the same information we were given, the CEO is misleading the public because people's names are removed, but they still have not been assigned to a family care team. Now, if that is happening, if that is factual, and it did happen, I believe this person 100%, of what former healthcare worker, if this is what's going on right now in rural Newfoundland and Labrador and our family care teams, then we are failing the people in Newfoundland and Labrador. We are failing people who believe that they're rostered, that they're going to get a call and they're going to be able to get to see a family physician or some other primary care provider. This has to be fixed and ought to be fixed. This is not how our healthcare system should be working. You get a call, and because they tell you we got no room for you, you're taken off the list. That cannot happen. That should not be happening. And there are more, I'm sure. And I'm sure after today we'll get a lot more calls. And it's great to announce teams, family care teams. We've heard announcement after announcement, another family care team, another family care team. We now have 17 family care teams. How many of those family care teams are fully staffed? How many of them are fully staffed? And where are the staff coming from? I've heard examples of nurses leaving the acute care hospitals to go to work at a family care clinic because they only got to work 9 to 5. So are we really just shifting, or are we really improving? Because that's a question that needs to be asked. When we talk about this, it sounds great, but we ought to be focused in on exactly what is going on. Where are people coming from? Where are people going to? Do we really know? And yet, we know the statistics. We know how many people still don't have a family care provider. We know how many people are paying to see a primary care provider, a nurse practitioner, because after 4 years, this Liberal government still hasn't figured out a way to reimburse the patient for that expense or to find a way to have nurse practitioners part of the system. The federal government has made it mandatory for next April of 2026. We should not have to wait for that to be made mandatory. That should be happening right now in our province. Speaker, we also have, of course, all the challenges on the West Coast, not only with Sir Thomas Roddick Hospital, but with the regional facility in Western Memorial, a brand new hospital that was built, and yet the challenges that we have seen because we have failed to understand that when you reduce the number of beds in an acute care hospital and you open up a new one and you haven't got room for all of the ones that were in the old one, you ought to have a plan in place to how you're going to make the difference. But again, a lack of planning resulted in a fact that we were in overcapacity at the new hospital in Western Memorial, and it was forever before government made it a decision to finally say, oh, we recognize now that we had no plan. The Liberal government says we have no plan, so we'll go. First of all, their plan was to turn around and double up seniors in their rooms in long-term care. That was the plan. Until the opposition stood up, all of us on this side of the House, including my colleague from Western Newfoundland over there, Bay of Islands, and others, and complained about it. Finally, they reversed that decision, and now they're going to reopen the old Western Memorial Hospital, something that was calling for day one. But it all goes back to planning, because they built a new long-term care facility before they built the new hospital. They built a long-term care facility with 102 beds when their own actual reports and forecasts that they would have had in the department said by 2025 you were going to need 182 long-term care beds in the Corner Brook region. So if we don't start making decisions based on the evidence, based on decisions that are sound and logic, we find ourselves in situations where we're coming up short. We've heard the discussions as well, and that's happening in Western. We opened up, announced that we were constructing a brand new hospital with oncology services going to be delivered in Western Newfoundland. A great service for the residents of Western Newfoundland, something they were all looking forward to. But we realize now that the hospital opened up without the service. And as I stand here today, I'm not aware that there is that service available in Western Newfoundland. We now have heard stories about concerns around the new Waterford Hospital from various groups of whether or not there's actually enough beds in the new Waterford Hospital that's built on campus. A beautiful facility, but concerns around the number of beds in that facility. When we see and we talk about planning or lack of planning, and that's what's happened here in this budget and this government, is the total lack of planning. You know, when I think about how this Liberal government went out and leased the hotel for $7 million a year for 3 years, plus $6 million operating costs, was that a plan? Or was that simply a reaction? Reaction to a tent city across the road? Because clearly, planning would not say you go out and spend $21 million on renting or leasing a hotel that was worth $4-point-something million on the books. And as now, as we know, the owners of that hotel have turned around and quickly turned around and sold it, I would imagine, for a good price, because they got guaranteed income for another 2 years or year and a half from the Liberal government opposite. And yet, as I stand here today, I have not heard of what will happen after that lease is up. What is the plan? What is the future plan? That lease will expire in a year and a half. What is the plan? We should have a plan now of what's going to be happening. You can't wait until a lease expires before you decide of what your action plan will do. We ought to know what's happening now. What's going to happen when that lease is up? Is the plan to renew it? We don't know. But those are the things that we ought to have been talking about. We ought to know what's going to happen. There are lots of discussions, but let's know what is the plan. Because we think back of all of the money that we've spent in reaction. You know, when we talked about poverty reduction, big subject that everyone likes to talk about, the word poverty reduction. But you know, we had a poverty reduction strategy. It was considered to be one of the best in the country. I don't understand why it wasn't kept going, but the Liberal government decided for whatever reason to scrap it. And then when we asked about the questions about poverty reduction, we get the answer that we're doing this, we're doing that. Well, we know there was no plan. And what happened over the last 4 years has been nothing to do with planning, but simply to do with reacting. We have spent more money reacting that we probably didn't need to spend if we had to have plans in place. That's the challenge. It's the same issue when I talk about housing. What was the plan for housing? What was the housing strategy? We were told there was a housing strategy, and then we were told, of course, numerous times, and Hansard has it recorded, not my words, about the number of times that different members opposite stood up and talked about all the houses that had been built. And then we find out, only to find out that the numbers were completely exaggerated, were nowhere near the truth, and that the outcomes weren't there. So again, it was, and then we get reactions. We got reactions, and every time we get reactions, is that the best way to spend your money when you're always reacting? We all know that there will be times when we have to react to different situations. But when we think about poverty reduction, when we think about low-income housing, when we think about support for our groups that are out there doing great work, those are planning decisions that we ought to be able to make. We have talked a lot about that, about the need for increased planning when it comes to our poverty reduction strategy. We've talked about the need for a solid housing strategy. We have talked about all of those things. But if I go back over budget after budget after budget, they're great. The speeches have been great. They've been great. The problem has been the delivery. That's the challenge. The challenge is the speeches are great. Every year I can go back through 4 of them, 5 of them, 6 of them. Boom, 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 boom. But it's what's actually happening on the ground that matters. You know, we've heard a lot of words about again, the Health Accord, great document, but it's not a great document unless it's executed properly. And the failure to execute has become the legacy of this Liberal government. That is what will happen, be remembered for. The failure to execute on issues around a human resource health plan for healthcare professionals, the failure of a poverty reduction strategy, a solid poverty reduction strategy in the last 4 years, failure on a low-income housing strategy. All of these things. How's that? Crime is another one. Crime. We're adding more. We're adding more. We could have seen this coming. But again, what we're looking for, you know, they talk about now a task force. There was a task force. They closed it down in 2018. And now we're going to start again another task force. Why? Why did we close the first one down? Why was that shut down? Those are the challenges that people are asking. You know, it's great to make announcements after announcement, but what we ought to be able to do is say, are we better off? Do we have a plan? And while I'm on the Health Accord, I want to speak a little bit about some of the social determinants of health. And we've just talked about one of them, housing, but I want to talk to one that impacts my district significantly, and that is water. Access to clean drinking water is considered one of the important social determinants of health. And I want to bring up the local service district of West Bay. West Bay has been applying for help in setting up a water, actually becoming part of a larger water system at Lords. Lords has a water system that was developed as a regional water system. The irony of the situation is that the actual water supply is in the boundary of the local service district of West Bay, but it does not provide service to the local service district of West Bay. So for 4 years, whatever the number, I lost count. The people of West Bay, the local service district of West Bay, have gone through the process, have gone through the forms, have raised their share, have asked for to be hooked up to the Lords water supply. The town of Lords was willing to allow that to happen. They have worked out the semantics around how money would be collected, the water fees, and how it would be all done. But every year, for the last number of years, this project has been not approved. And yet the people in that local service district have seen their wells dry up, have seen their wells become contaminated. And it's not just the local service district of West Bay. It's the next ones up in Piccadilly, in Abraham's Cove. We have a real problem with access to water in terms of a lot of people years ago, yes, built their homes and had their wells, but the well waters have become contaminated. So they need assistance. And then there are the other options. It's not always about the need to have a big water line or big systems. Sometimes there are opportunities to use artesian wells. The community of Port East has a water system that's based on a well being drilled, and they have a reservoir. So does the town of Kipling, so does the town of Stephenville. But in Port East, they've applied for funding to drill another well because they're at capacity when it comes to the availability of water from the supply in this particular well. There have been housing developments turned down by the town of Port East based on the lack of water, based on the fact that they will not be able to provide water service to any new housing developments. A real opportunity, again, rural Newfoundland and Labrador, innovative in what they're asking for, innovative in some ways in terms of how they will get this by building these larger artesian-type wells. So there's a real need, and I'm sure it's not just in the district of Stephenville, Port when it comes to the challenges with our water. And we all know, again, as I go back to one of the social determinants of health is clean drinking water. We still have a significant number of municipalities in Newfoundland and Labrador, and in particular rural Newfoundland and Labrador, that are on boil water orders and have been for years. That needs to be addressed. If we're really going to get serious about health, one of the social determinants of health is clean drinking water and access to it. It's gotten so bad in my district that there's a local water, a stream that comes out of the ground, and we've seen these all over rural parts of Newfoundland and Labrador, where people go to get their drinking water and get it tested. It comes out of the things. Well, there's one of those in Stephenville right now. And the lineup at that particular stream, that pipe, is, I would suggest the lineup is larger than that at McDonald's at lunchtime. That's how many people line up there to fill up, to try to get enough water, to bring it home, to cart it back home in their containers, back to their homes on the Port-au-Port Peninsula and others, because we don't have access to clean drinking water. So that's the reality that needs to be looked at, that needs to be addressed, and I would hope that, again, the application from West Bay has gone in again to get this started, recognizing, we all recognize that this will not be done in one budget. It will take several years for us to get to the end of the project. But if we don't start it, we will never finish it. And that's why it's so important for us to make a commitment that let's start getting this stuff done. Let's start getting back to making sure that we have that water systems available for the people of West Bay and for others in my district who are reaching out to say, we need more water, we need access to water. And I think there's a real opportunity for us to do that. So again, as I continue on and talk about, I mentioned crime. I asked a couple of questions on crime the other day in terms of the number of police officers that are actually working right now in our province, and I know the minister is going to, I think, provide that information to us. He's committed to doing that, and I look forward to getting it. But crime has become a significant problem. I said it the other day, and I'll say it again. Once upon a time, we would watch crime on TV and go visit a doctor in our community, walking down the streets. And now, what we see is crime in our communities, and in order to see a doctor, we got to follow a TV screen or call them on a phone. And I think about what we're celebrating. You know, the Liberal government celebrates the launch of virtual care, and yet I think about the number of hospitals in this province that no longer have physicians working on them. And we announced that we're now announcing virtual care. I think about the Northern Peninsula. 10 years ago, there were doctors in Roddington. There were doctors in Flowers Cove. And it wasn't that long ago the Liberal government announced, hey, everybody, we're going to have virtual care available. 10 years later. I talked to a colleague in Lab West. I heard him speak yesterday about Lab West, about the hospital in Lab West, about the lack of family physicians in Lab West and the significant challenges that is having on people. And all across the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. You know, my colleague from Bonavista stood up yesterday in the House and talked about the hospital in Bonavista and talked about the challenges that people in his district were having. And he referenced a couple of examples of people in his district. And he said, you know, he talked about the people had to go online to see if the hospital doors were open for business. And I say, you know, what have we come to when people of Newfoundland and Labrador have to go online to try to figure out whether a hospital is open or not? That's a sad state of affairs and nothing to be proud of. Nothing at all to be proud of. Speaker, we've talked that this is a budget that the minister says we ought to be supporting. Like in the past, we have put forward many suggestions. The minister mentioned the seniors, the seniors advocate, the seniors benefit. And yes, it's good to see it's being indexed, but they had an opportunity to increase it. The seniors advocate has recommended a 20% increase plus indexing. This government, this Liberal government, has refused that advice, that recommendation, and simply chosen to say we're going to index the seniors benefit. We're not going to increase it by 20%. Well, that's something that I will tell you after the next election we will guarantee. I also want to make reference to the comments from the one of the candidates for the leadership of the Liberal Party, who in a debate, the minister has talked about the $750 million that they have invested in Newfoundland and Labrador to make life more affordable. One of the Liberal candidates in the recent debate stood up and said, $750 million is not enough, and we agree with them. So even our own ministers, our own colleagues in the House, for the next leader of the Liberal Party could be saying and disagreeing that $750 million is not enough. So that's something that, we agree with. It is not enough. And we need to be having, that's why we need to have plans in place and not just simply reactionary. And finally, before I sit down, I want to reference the comments of the Premier yesterday when he was in Argentia. When he was asked about the budget, he was asked his comments on the budget. And the Premier said, this budget was necessary. It was a necessary budget that had to be delivered. Necessary, but not aggressive. In other words, it doesn't go far enough. Even the Premier has admitted that this is nothing more than a caretaker budget, that this is a budget that's necessary, but not aggressive. Not aggressive for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. Not aggressive in dealing with the issues that they have with the cost of living and with access to health care. Not aggressive at all when it comes to recognizing the challenges in rural Newfoundland and Labrador, where people are continually facing challenges, where health care is eroded, where the cost of living has gone up. And that's all people want access to. They want access to health care. And they certainly want to be able to afford to stay here. Let us be the province where people come to, not come from. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable the Member Humber Bay of Islands.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to stand and have a few words on the budget today. And always a pleasure to be able to stand on the people of Humber Bay of Islands and discuss the budget and the issues concerning. One of the issues I'm going to bring up right from the start, Mr. Speaker, is something concerning out in Larkhart. Is the ship that went that came aground back, I think it was February 15th, that came aground in the Cedar Cove area. I know that we all seen the dramatic rescue by Search and Rescue, which was great, and they're heroes for doing what they did to save the people that were on the boat. And I also like to recognize Ricky Crane, who was the president of the Cornwall Wilds, who got them to drop the puck in the Royals game in Cornwall to let them know that they were welcoming corner work, and we were appreciative that they made it off the boat. The concerns that's happening now, and I want to, I'll be looking for answers to see what the province can do. So I will be saying here now that I'll be asking the Premier questions on this today, just what the province can do. So the two questions that I had today, my colleague, the member from Melbourne Southland, said I could ask questions today because of the issue. So I'll just give the government a heads up to see what they can do about the shipwreck and I'll explain the seriousness of it. So the two questions I'll be asking today will be addressed to the Premier and the province. I'll give you time to try to find out what can be done to the province, because we all know it's a federal issue. We all know it's a Coast Guard issue. So I don't want to blindside anybody. I just want to try to help the people out there to get this done. What's happening now is, as we all seen the shipwreck, I viewed it several times. Actually, I went out the weekend and looked at it again. I'm dealing with the mayor on a regular basis, both mayors. I'm dealing with a lot of fishermen in the area, and everything was moving along until it just stopped. And they just got a response just a little while back, the mayor saying what the plan is to get the bunker sea oil off. And as we know, that's very heavy oil. And last weekend, there was a couple of tar balls that were found in on the beach. And of course, they're saying now we're going to bring it up and analyze it, see where tar balls came from. They do have search and rescue boats out, small boats around monitoring it. They do have some environmental protection buoys outside just in case it do. They're saying that there's no leak, but there's concerns there. But the biggest concern that the mayor, the fishermen, it is a big fishing area for all Lark Harbour, York Harbour, and many others. It is a big fishing area outside Cedar Cove, all along that whole coast. And it would affect Port also. It would affect Port also. I'll say it to the Leader of the Opposition also. Yeah, and it do affect the whole area. And the big thing that they're going to do was to build a road out through Cedar Cove to the boat so they could take off the oil. For some reason, that has stopped. It was because of cost. Some people had concerns about it may ruin Cedar Cove, but the overwhelming majority, especially people out there who make a living from the sea, says the efficient way and environmental way is to take it out, build a road, unload the oil there, and drive it in. What's happening now is they're putting it on little small little containers on top, and they're waiting for the good weather to come so they could take so many of those little containers and take it off and move off of it. And in the email that the town received, they said weather depending. And if anybody been out to the Lark Harbour and York Harbour, the weather is usually bad with the wind. And in Cedar Cove, it's very bad. So the question that the people are saying, how long will it take to take it up, put it on some small containers, and then wait to ship them on a barge to get rid of them somehow? The estimate amount of oil on that boat is 1.3 million liters. That's a lot. And if we got to wait, and this is the concern of the people, if they got to wait until all this oil is taken off bit by bit, with the ship embedded into the rock now, it's embedded into rock, a strong wind could either break the ship, which there is holes in the ship now. It is double hulled. It is double hulled. There is in the ship now there are holes, and if that moves back out or cracks, we got catastrophe. So I know they were dealing with the Federal Coast Guard, who's monitoring it on a regular basis, but everybody's concerned that because of the insurance company and the MSC who's overseeing it, that they're saying that, okay, we're going to work, we're working with it, but they've been hearing that now for 2.5, 3 months. And the road option was done. They had the companies ready to start the process to build the road out, and the condition was they put it back to the best they can to the same natural state, which would be hard, but it's a lot much better than having a catastrophe out on that west coast, I can assure you. So I will be asking the province now to help out. I know the Minister of Fisheries and I know the Minister of Environment, because it will affect both departments on that, because if the oil is out, it is going to affect a lot. And I don't know if the Minister of Environment, even if they put in permits for the roads to get the roads built, I don't even know if they reached that stage. They did put them in. So the Minister acknowledged that they did put the permits in to get the roads done, but they stopped it. And I would say it's before the cost. Is the cost. That's what I would say is the reason why it is, because it's going to cost so much to build the road out. And this is a big concern now. And the issue that they have is that the insurance company or MSC themselves are saying, now we got to try to do it the most cost-efficient way, not the most environmental efficient way. So this is why I know it's a federal issue. I'll say it again. I know it's a federal issue, but we need to step in now. The province needs to step in to go after the Coast Guard and say, here's what we want this off, and give it a time period to get it off. And we want it the most efficient way to have it done, the environmental efficient way, which everybody agreed, and they agreed it's the road, to build the road out. And anybody been in Cedar Cove, I don't know if anybody have, it's a big drop, and you can come in so far, and there's already an ATV trail. They have to expand the ATV trail, of course, to bring in the heavy trucks, and then build the road out. It is a big drop. It is a big drop when you get down, but you get to the beach. But to save the fishery, to save the livelihood of hundreds and hundreds of people, everybody feels that's the most efficient way. Because if MSC is waiting for the weather and say we'll do it working around the weather, we'll be here in the next year or two trying to get 1.3 million liters of heavy oil off that boat. I can assure you that right now. So the people got a major concern. So, and I'll say once more before I go on to the other issues that I have, that I will be asking questions today in the House Assembly to give the government plenty of time to try to get some answers and see what they can do as a province to support the town and all the fisher people out in Lark Harbour, York Harbour, somehow to put pressure on the Coast Guard to try to find some way to get this resolved ASAP.
How many kilometers of road?
How many kilometers of road? I'm not sure, because I don't know if they need, I don't know if the minister could speak after on it. 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers of road. 4 kilometers of road. And the Cedar Beach itself is the lower part where you're going to have to build up. Because it is a big drop. And when we walk it, when I walk it, you can see that is a long way down. But there's already a trail built out, which would make it much more convenient for that. So 4 kilometers at the minister, and I would say that that's about it when you leave off the main trail into where the cabins are to get down to Cedar Cove. That is about the same distance. And as I was out there on Sunday, and I went down in the cove, and I went up on top to look down at it. You can see where the ship is into the rocks. A strong wind, and out there, and I'll just give people an example. When you're out there, I was out there 2 years ago when the house blew off. Pew, the wind, 130, 140 kilometer winds you get in that area. And Cedar Cove, it's a cove. When you get the high winds, it's even multiplied when it's coming in the cove. It's funneled in the cove. So I just got to bring that up on behalf of the town. Both towns, York Harbour and Lark Harbour, both mayors have been looking at this, and a lot of fisher people has been calling me. And I got more emails this morning from the town saying, here's the concern, is they finally got a response from MSC concerning the Baltic. So I'll leave that there until this afternoon. I'm going to speak on health care for a little while, and that's the #1 issue. The #1 issue on the West Coast that I hear on a regular basis is health care. Bar none. Absolutely bar none. And again, it's easy to, and I will. We all knew this was going to happen. A year before, 9 months before the government moved people from the old Western to new Western, I said, there's 50 or 60 long-term care patients I know personally that's going to be moving over. What are we going to do? Nothing done. Nothing done. We had the key, turning over the keys, 75%. Everybody knew then that there was 55, 62, I think it was at the time, patients going to move over in acute care beds. What was done? Nothing. Then they had the grand opening again. A few months later, 4 or 5 months later, what was done? Nothing. Then they had the movement, people moving over. And then that's when the problem started. That's when the problem started. And I know now that the former minister went and started the, moved the Old Western to get 45 beds there in the Old Western. But 45 ain't going to be enough. I know personally it ain't going to be enough. I know a lot of people are there. I know a lot of people on the wait list trying to get in. Trying to get in long-term care because they're in acute care beds. So this is the issue. And I say for both leaders, when you, whoever becomes the leader of the Liberal Party, I'm asking you to take a complete review of what's happening in Western Newfoundland. The latest, the rehab in the New Western, patients in the rehab had to move the equipment over. I know personally. Actually had to do that. Move the equipment around. I got 2 or 3 complaints because people had to go to rehab, and they had to get a wheelchair for one piece of equipment to get out where the other room where they moved the other piece of equipment because they couldn't walk it so far. And I'm serious with this. I've seen it. I've been there. I sat down with it. And this goes back 2019, 2020. So I'm not putting this on the shoulders of the previous minister. I'm definitely not. But I know this goes back in 2019, 2020 when we were supposed to build additional units for them. But it is a major problem. A major problem. And I heard the leader of the opposition talking about the family care teams. 3 years ago, there's one promise to Cornwall. None. Absolutely none. Not there. And everybody talking about, well, we got a family care team. Yeah, I'm sick of hearing that. They probably work somewhere else, I don't know. But I can tell you, there's none in Cornwall. So when you come out and make the big announcement that there's family care team, we're going to have people come in, we're going to have all specialties lined out, and you can all go see them and get your diagnosis right. It's all just never happened in Cornwall. It just never happened in Cornwall. And then now you got people waiting 24, 36 hours in emergency. And then don't anybody try to tell me it's not happening, because I know personally. I know personally about it. So don't go anybody here saying, well, no, by the wait list. Don't go, I don't even want to listen to it, because I'm hearing so many stories and I know personally about it. I know personally about the rehab area being moved, equipment being moved to make room for beds. I know about the number of patients that are on the wait list. I know the number of seniors that go in there and they can't even get a bed. I know a person who had to take their husband home, cancer treatment because he was out in a hallway. I know it. I know the person personally. I was working on it. She said, forget it. I took him home. That's our health care. And for anybody in this House of Assembly to say that this is not true, you got your head in the sand. And this has been ongoing. I've been saying it since 2019. Here's what's going to happen. And it's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. And it's beyond me. It's actually beyond me when we know that there's so many thousands of people, close to 100,000, haven't got family doctors. And when you look at and you do a bit of research and you find out that 63 businesses open up in Alberta with nurse practitioners, and we won't allow it in Newfoundland. There's something fundamentally wrong with our decision making. Something fundamentally wrong. I can tell you that if anybody in this house seen their mother or father not be able to go to a doctor, call 811, 92% says go to outpatients, which is already blocked, And you know you got to go to a nurse practitioner to get your pills, but you can't go back. You would not allow it. You would not allow it. So we in this House of Assembly won't allow it for our, why are we allowing it for the people out there who we're supposed to represent? There's just something fundamentally wrong why we won't just make that decision. And as we all get older, I'm probably the oldest or the second oldest in this House of Assembly.
I'd say you're the oldest.
What?
I'd say you're the oldest.
But I'm probably the oldest one. I'm fairly healthy. but I know people my age and younger who got to go to the doctor for blood work every 3 or 4 weeks. So if you got to go to nurse practitioners and you're an older person on seniors benefits, you can't afford to go every month to get your blood work. You got to pay for it. You got to pay it, and they feel bad doing it. And I can tell you, some of the nurse practitioners in Cornwall I spoke to, when they know they can't pay, they say, "Come on in, come in." And it's sad. It's sad for this government. It's sad for this government to stand and say, "Well, we're waiting for a review from the federal government." It's sad. When you can look at Alberta, and I could give you right here, I have it right here, where 63 opened up. I have it right here. But yet we can't do it in Newfoundland and Labrador. And I just want to remind people, I just got to remind people that the big intent, and I have it in writing, is that we want to fill the hospital with nurse practitioners first. We want to have full complement of nurse practitioners. And I always said to the current former minister, and I said to it, and I'll say it publicly, you're missing the point. These people are working full-time at Western Regional Hospital or in the Western region. These people are doing this on the weekends and night times because they see the need. So this idea that they're going to leave their job and say, okay, we're going to be short at Western Memorial Regional Hospital, I'll just use that for an example, because we're going to allow them to bill MCP, is a fallacy. It's an excuse. That's all it is. It's a complete excuse for not allowed to do it. Because they're not leaving their job. They're doing it on night times and weekends. 3,000 and 4,000 patients. Not saying how many more they can get, if they're allowed to bill MCP because people can't afford to go. You don't understand it. Obviously, you don't understand it. But the government's just lost its way on it. I'm serious. And that was the Liberal government years ago, the Liberal government who's down for the common people. That would be done. What can we do? Take pressure off doctors. What would be done? That would be done. It would be done. I can see Brian Tobin over in that Premier's chair now, stand up and saying, we could take care of 4,000, 5,000 people if we build MCP. He'll stand up, walk over to the Minister of Health, have it done today. That's what I'm remember the Liberal Party. That's what I remember.
Tony will do it.
And when I sees, I love to see, and I said to the minister before, I love to see before the election, one party come out and say we're going to allow nurse practitioners to build MCP. I know. I love for the announcement to come out before and make that commitment. Well, like I said, whoever wants to come out and make an announcement in Cormac, I'll sit by you and I'll support it and I'll be with you. You want to come out and have a press conference? Because I can tell you, there's thousands of people that we could help, Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, thousands, and we won't do it. And now, we look at Dr. Innes, give him credit. Unless you want to go line up 6 o'clock in the morning, want to line up 6 o'clock in the morning and then wait to see you might get in. And once you do get in, then you got to sit and wait all day, see when you're going to be called. But yet we got an opportunity here with this. It is sad. I can tell you, it is sad. And I don't know what's happening in Cabinet now with all that, but I can tell you, I like to see someone with a voice to say, someone with the strength and say, and start banging the table and say, we got to get this done. Because I can tell you, whoever gets that done for me, I'll guarantee you, I'll be on your side to make sure that everybody in the province knows who made that decision.
Member's time has expired.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this House do now stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Seconder for that.
Seconded by my Deputy Government House Leader.
This House to stand in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon. Order, please. Before we begin, in the public gallery, I'd like to welcome Amanda Blackwood and Jim Giles. Their business this afternoon for member statement. Welcome. Today we hear statements by the honourable members from Grand Falls, Windsor-Buckins, Arbor, Maine, Labrador West, and Lake Millville. The honourable member for Grand Falls, Windsor-Buckins.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mike Mackey was born in the former town of Windsor on August 14, 1962, and is one of 8 wonderful siblings. In his early years, Mike worked for both Green Lantern and TRA before becoming a dispatcher with the town of Grand Falls, Windsor. Today, Mike keeps our town and its citizens safe, serving as the fire inspector for the town of Grand Falls, Windsor. Mike Mackey joined the Grand Falls, Windsor Fire Department in 1985 and today celebrates over 40 years of service to our beautiful community. While sitting on various committees in the fire hall, Mike brought a level of professionalism along with a sense of morale the moment he walks in through the door. Mike still resides in Grand Falls, Windsor and enjoys spending time with his wife, 3 children and 5 grandchildren. Though I am very proud to deliver this today, and I know the Mackey family are appreciative to hear, Mike's beautiful late mother, Loretta, who I am sure is smiling down at him today, is more proud than any mom could possibly be. Please join me as we honor Captain Mike Mackey and his dedication to the fire service for the past 40 years. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Harbour, Maine.
Thank you, Speaker. Newfound Sand is a 100% volunteer-led initiative created in the District of Harbour, Maine 2 years ago. An innovative idea created by Dave Saunders and Mitch Ketch in Clark's Beach is now run by a registered co-op with a 9-member board of directors. It recycles glass into sand, keeping it out of our landfills and giving it a second life to be reused as sand for construction, landscaping, golf courses, and much more. Every year, over 1.3 million glass jars from households and more than 1,000 tons of commercial glass go directly to landfills. This project is more than recycling, though. It is community-led innovation from the ground up. It is the empowerment of a community working together for the betterment of our environment. Since its launch, Newfound Sand is garnering excitement and attention from people all over Newfoundland and Labrador who believe in the importance of reducing glass waste, promoting greener practices, and who believe in the power of community. Please join me in saluting these 9 volunteer community members for their commitment and perseverance to see this novel idea come to fruition. Hear, hear. Bravo.
The honourable member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. Labrador West is incredibly proud of Colin Rumbold for his outstanding performance representing Team Canada at the Winter Special Olympics held in Italy. Colin's dedication, resilience, and athletic excellence was on full display as he earned both a gold and a silver medal in cross-country skiing. His achievements not only reflect his hard work and determination, but also highlight the spirit of sportsmanship and the strength of the Special Olympics movement. Colin's journey to the podium is a testament of his unwavering commitment to his sport, the strong support of his family, the community, and the Labrador West Biglanders. Competing on an international stage is no small feat, and Colin has inspired countless others with his talent and perseverance. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to Colin for success. His performance has brought great pride to Labradorians and serves as a reminder of what can be accomplished through passion, teamwork, and community. Colin, your achievement in Italy with Team Canada will continue to motivate and uplift athletes all across the Big Land. I ask that all members join me in congratulating Colin Rumbold, an excellent athlete.
The Honourable the Member Lake Millville.
Speaker, Lacey Loader is a Level 3 student at Mealy Mountain Collegiate in Happy Valley, Goose Bay. She will graduate in June. Lacey plans to obtain her undergraduate degree in science with a double major in psychology and biology, then move into clinical psychology or psychiatry with a focus on mental health. While I cannot get into the specifics regarding the personal struggles Lacey has gone through, I can advise that the support of her extended family, neighbors, and friends have allowed her to excel personally and academically. I'm therefore pleased to announce today in this House of Assembly and thereby our province that Lacey Loader is the first student from Labrador to ever win the prestigious Curry Scholarship at the University of New Brunswick. A major criterion of this Atlantic Canadian competition is to recognize excellence in students who have overcome difficult personal challenges through their lives that may have otherwise derailed a post-secondary career. The Curry Scholarship is valued at $75,000 over the next 4 years. Lacey is truly an inspiration for other young people who face adversity. I ask all of my honourable colleagues to join me in wishing Lacey Loader well in her academic studies this fall at UNB.
Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Speaker, I stand today to recognize International Earth Day taking place on April 22nd. This year's theme, Our Power, Our Planet, highlights the important role renewable energy plays in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and mitigating climate change. Our province is a leader in renewable energy. Today, over 90% of our electrical grid is renewable. In 2023, we had the lowest levels of greenhouse gas emissions since 1994, and we are on track to meet our goal of reducing emissions by 30% by 2030. As we look to the future, expansion of the hydropower potential on the Churchill River and the promise of wind development demonstrate our commitment to realizing the full potential of our renewable resources. Speaker, we are working towards our goal of net zero by 2050 with supportive programs like our Climate Change Challenge Fund. We are currently reviewing applications for this program to help municipalities, nonprofits, and businesses improve energy efficiency, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and spur economic growth. I encourage everyone in this House to remember that we have just one Earth. It's incumbent on us as leaders to ensure we do our best to protect it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Central West Bellevue.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister for an advance copy of your statement. Earth Day serves as a crucial reminder that our responsibility to protect the planet for future generations. In this spirit, the PC Caucus is happy to acknowledge that our province is at the forefront of renewable energy initiatives, showcasing a commitment to sustainability. With the lowest greenhouse gas emissions since 1994, we are making significant strides in investing in a cleaner, healthier future. The PC Caucus supports the growth of renewable energy across our province, recognizing its vital role in both environmental stewardship and economic development. However, all decisions must be made in the best interests of communities, local residents, and all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. We continue to closely monitor the development of these projects and will demand accountability in ensuring the best possible deal for Newfoundland and Labrador. We are the stewards of our province's natural resources and environment. It is our responsibility to ensure that projects are executed with the utmost diligence, transparency, and respect for our communities and natural history. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister for an advance copy of her statement. As a Labradorian, someone who I'm witnessing firsthand the destruction of climate change, firsthand in my own district. This government could be doing far more to grow the industries of tomorrow. Budgeting $90 million for oil exploration while putting very little towards rare earth minerals exploration or research. These are very high demand for our future transition. We call upon this government to do more to prepare us for the future, to invest in more in critical minerals research, development, and exploration, and do more to invest in future technologies, stuff to make us the leading edge in this province and this country. Thank you.
Further statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in this honourable House to highlight our continued commitment to the students, educators and staff in the K-12 system. In Budget 2025, we have made significant investments to increase the teaching services budget and enhance education overall. This year, we're investing $20 million, which will grow to $44 million next year to hire an additional 400 educators and learning assistants in the K-12 system. These additional resources will help address some of the concerns in classrooms and the school environment. We have also made investments to help update school technologies to support a modern teaching and learning environment. Teachers are without a doubt the backbone of our education system. This makes today a great day to announce the nominations are now open for this year's Premiers and Ministers Teaching Awards. The Premiers Award for Teaching Innovation and the Minister of Education's Award for Compassion in Teaching recognize teaching excellence in areas that are meaningful and impactful in our K-12 students. The deadline to submit nominations is May 9th, and I encourage everyone to consider nominating a teacher for these prestigious awards. Visit the department's website to nominate a teacher today. Educators continually demonstrate new ways to teach while fostering the well-being of students, and we are proud to recognize those admirable teaching efforts. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Topso Paradise.
Thank you, Speaker, and I certainly thank the Minister for an advance copy of her statement. I know recently going through the budget and going through budget estimates, we realize that the announced initiatives do not go far enough to address violence, class size, class composition, nor inclusivity. More needs to be done. With regards to the Premiers and the Minister's Teaching Awards, they are great initiatives, which recognize very worthy educators in our province. Our teachers and school administrators need to be recognized on a daily basis for their dedication, but we need to supply them with all the necessary resources to provide the safest and best learning environment for all our children. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I thank the Minister for an advance copy of the statement. We welcome this initiative to celebrate our hard-working teachers. However, awards and praise are not enough. Teachers really want the resources and the supports they need to teach their students and meet their needs. Government must seek meaningful action and take meaningful action to address school violence and to implement class sizes that reflect the needs of the students in that class if we are indeed hoping to maintain the compassion of our teachers. Thank you.
Are there any further statements by ministers? Oral questions. The Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we've seen disturbing instances of gun violence in our communities in recent weeks, crime at record levels, and now today we have confirmation of a record number of drug-related deaths. So after 10 years of failure, I asked the Minister of Justice, what can you offer besides future budget promises?
Great question.
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I share the member opposite's concern with respect to the increasing number of drug-related deaths, and our sympathies and empathies are with the family and all those who struggle with mental health and addictions, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the specifics of the question, this government has recognized that justice and public safety is a top priority. We've made historic and record transformational investments in public safety and justice, including creation of a historic and new joint task force to look at taking drugs between the RCMP and the RNC is tasked with taking drugs and illegal firearms off the street. We have increased the, I'm happy to answer more in the next round, Mr. Speaker, because there is lots.
The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. And again, today, the province's chief medical examiner said, quote, "The number of deaths where cocaine has been implicated has steadily risen since 2021, with sharp increases in 2023 and 2024. In reference to the Joint Task Force, I asked the Minister, why did the Liberal government disband the Joint Task Force focused on organised crime and drug trafficking in 2018?
Great question. The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I wasn't here in 2018, but recognizing that this is an ongoing and accelerating issue across the country, Mr. Speaker, not just here in Newfoundland and Labrador, we took action to create a new transformational joint task force that looks at taking those punitive and lethal drugs off the street. And I'm sure the member opposite shares with me this shared values and the shared concern in order to execute at removing all drugs from the street. We need to make sure that we're educating the children not to do drugs in the first place, but where there are drugs to remove them definitively from the hands of those people that can hurt.
The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, we do indeed all share those same wishes. But again, when I think about the fact that we had a joint task force in 2018, and it has taken 7 years to re-announce that we're going to have another joint task force. That's pretty slow timing. It needs to be done. It ought to have been done faster. Last year in this House, when we asked about rising accidental overdoses, the Minister said mobile crisis response teams would help. And I quote, "It is our hope that we will have those units up and running before the end of the year." A year later, the Liberals have not fulfilled the promise for Bjorn, Clarenville or Conception Bay North areas. I ask why not.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mobile Crisis Response Team is an integral part of rapid response. Should they not be available, however, there are alternatives, and 911 automatically reroutes those calls to the nearest frontline ambulance. Services provided, ideally it would be with mobile crisis response teams. That is an issue we have to continue to work with local law enforcement as they determine, in many respects, the availability of those units. My colleague in Justice and Public Safety will be able to tell you exactly how much more money we've expended and will expend on law enforcement this year, but that is where the thrust of our endeavours are currently with mobile crisis. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, once again, we hear a promise made is not a promise fulfilled. A commitment made is not a commitment filled. And yes, there may be alternatives, but when a Minister of the Crown stands up and says we're going to have it, there's an expectation from the people of the province that it will be delivered. And I don't think it's good enough to simply blame it on the police to say that they don't have the resources. Clearly, they've asked for lots of resources. This budget didn't even mention mobile crisis teams. As we know, the current teams that are in place are missing up to 10 calls a month, and that's a statistic that was provided to us earlier. I ask again, why does this Liberal budget fail to staff the mobile mental health crisis units in this province?
The Honourable the Premier.
Finally learning to wait for the light, Mr. Speaker. It's red, though. Mr. Speaker, let me take a moment to address the preamble. First of all, this government does not blame police officers for anything. We're fully supportive of the hard-working women and men in the police force across our province. We're very fortunate to have incredibly skilled and dedicated individuals in the RNC and the RCMP. That's why for 2 budgets in a row, we have not only invested in their infrastructure, we've invested in them, including 10 new officers this year for the RNC, expanded scope of service across the province last year, including areas adjacent to Corner Brook, and new RCMP officers in Happy Valley Goose Bay, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, today the Seniors Advocate also issued a report, another report highlighting the government's ongoing failure to support seniors in our province. specifically the failure to support seniors in their desire to age in place. The Seniors Advocate stated that cost is the primary barrier preventing seniors from aging well at home. I ask, will the government implement all 6 recommendations made by the Seniors Advocate today?
The Honourable the Minister of Children, Seniors, Social Development.
Yes, I had an opportunity to look at we didn't get it until this morning, of course, the report, and had an opportunity to go through it. And there are some things in that we certainly will be looking towards each recommendation. We take this very seriously. One of the recommendations that was in there, I noticed, is that they wanted a guide for programs and services for seniors. We launched that last week, and I must say we've gotten a lot of good compliments about it. I know each member in the House has copies, or you know where to get the copies, and we're gone back to print now, and we'll have lots of copies for you as you go back to your districts for District Week and so on. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, let me continue. In fact, the Seniors Advocate found that 80% of seniors face financial challenges in maintaining their independence in their own homes. 80%. And we're talking about barriers to independence. Things like preventing falls, such as railings, non-slip tape, handbars, bathroom modifications. And the Seniors Advocate goes on to say, injury suffered in slips and falls is the leading reason why seniors end up in long-term facilities. Again, why hasn't this recommendation or the recommendations been done to make it easier for seniors to stay in their own homes?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, we welcome the comments and feedback by the Seniors Advocate. We'll take that under advisement and certainly integrate that into future plans, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you as an orthopedic surgeon, I know all too well that slip and falls do cause people to be displaced from their home. But as a general statement and a general position of this government, and I think we've proven it not only in our statements but in our actions, a top priority is to allow seniors to age in their homes or where they so choose.
The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, clearly what's been done so far is not working, and there needs to be a lot more done. I would ask again, the Speaker, the Seniors Advocate also noted that the government's Senior Health and Wellbeing Plan gives, quote, little attention, her words, not mine, to preventive care. One of her recommendations is to expand and fund the home modification program to adopt a preventive approach to eligibility. I ask the Minister of Housing, is this expansion included in this year's budget?
The Honourable the Minister responsible for Housing.
Thank you, Speaker. And I know Newfoundland Labrador Housing has a lot of seniors in their tenants in their units, Speaker. Apologies. Myself, I have a seniors building, a Newfoundland Labrador seniors building on Thorburn Road that I visit every 2 weeks, and they line up with their questions and concerns every 2 weeks, and I'm very pleased to help them as much as I can, Speaker. I do want to say that in this budget we did increase the home modification program by $1 million, so that will certainly allow more seniors and more Newfoundland Labrador housing tenants and people in community to access that funding to increase modifications within their homes. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, the budget currently before the House fails the seniors. The latest report outlines clear gaps in services that are essential to helping seniors age safely and with dignity at home. I ask the Minister of Housing, why has the housing budget for 24-25 been reduced by $23 million?
The Honourable the Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Speaker. And I look forward to estimates. And I know, as all members here know, because we sit through estimates, money comes in, money goes out. There's federal government money. And in estimates, we will provide a fulsome response to that with the public servants here as well. So we have not reduced funding to Newfoundland Labrador Housing. We are maintaining $8 million extra provided to Newfoundland Labrador Housing, as well as $1 million extra to support a home modification program. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, another recommendation from the Seniors Advocate is for Newfoundland Labrador Housing to establish a low-interest loan program to make small preventative home modifications more accessible, specifically by removing the requirements for assessments, which are often impossible to obtain. I ask the Minister of Housing, is this program included in the 24-25 budget?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Speaker. We are still reviewing the Seniors Advocates report, and I thank the Seniors Advocate for their work and all the seniors whose recommendations and suggestions contributed to that. We are going to review that potential program very seriously, but I do want to say that our budget this year, we maintained an additional $8 million for Newfoundland and Labrador housing, as well as $1 million to increase access to the home modification program. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, while controversy continues to rage about the government's decision to move the Women's Health Services to Janeway, on March 28, the CEO of the NLHS said discussions were, I quote, very early exploratory phase, with discussions only now getting underway. Then, just over a week later, $3 million was announced in the budget on April 9th. Speaker, is government's mind already made up?
The Honourable, the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, as we're aware, the conversations continue to happen. Full faith in the CEO of Newfoundland and Labrador Health Services. He's doing his job at undertaking a space evaluation and analysis process, Mr. Speaker, which is going to occur with consultation. And let me state this very clearly, for all to hear. Everybody in this House of Assembly is interested in protecting and growing and helping the health of women and children, and in no way, shape, or form will we see that compromised.
The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Premier. But this money don't show up in the budget unless it's already been earmarked to be used. It just don't sit there for future planning. So we still feel, and I think a lot of people should feel, that the decision has been made to just go into the final touches, and that's what we hear in the public. Speaker, a little over a week, we went from an idea to millions in the budget, as I stated. Remarkable. The Minister insists there's a capacity at the Janeway. However, I previously asked in the House about the Janeway Eye Clinic, which is no longer even giving out appointment times. So how much capacity is left in the Children's Eye Aisle?
The Honourable, the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take an opportunity to address the preamble. It's not uncommon for agencies and boards to request money. If the decision is not to use that money will revert back to us, Mr. Speaker. It's just appropriate planning. If we didn't meet that request, Mr. Speaker, and the decision was to move forward with some renovation, the question would be asked, why didn't we allocate? So if the decision, based on consultations, is to continue with any renovation, which again, the decision has not been taken, this is at an analysis and consultation phase, then that money will revert back to the Treasury of the people of Newfoundland and Labrador.
The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker, and I never got an answer on the eye clinic, but I'll continue on because this one pertains to the same issue. Speaker, one family is worried about their child going blind, and government is talking about moving service at the Janeway to the community, moving others in and causing significant upheaval. If families cannot even get an appointment time now, how is all this chaos going to help?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Obviously, I don't have details of a specific instance referred to by the member opposite. However, should anyone be concerned that their condition is deteriorating or is urgent, I would encourage them to speak with their primary care provider or the referrer who is asking for them to see a specialist. Those decisions about who gets seen when are made on clinical priorities only. Thank you.
The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader.
Well, Minister, you should know. And I've asked this question in the House for us. Worse than the first time I asked about this eye clinic. I asked this a couple of weeks back. The Minister should know, and he should have had an answer for the House before now, and we still wait. Children are waiting. This is a big issue. Children are waiting. I've talked to people that from both ends of this is a big issue. And it's a bigger issue than nonchalant response from the Minister. Speaker, we have also been contacted by a number of parents waiting for autism spectrum assessments and are facing excessive wait times. I've asked this before too. Again, they worry about the media reports of upheaval and service being taken at the Janeway. I asked the Minister, is there so much capacity at the Janeway? Why are parents waiting for months and years, and upwards of 2.5 years wait?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The member opposite is conflating two issues. One is inpatient services, which is related to the Janeway, and the other is outpatient services, which are provided across the province in terms of autism, spectrum disorder and such assessments. We have given NLHS additional funding for additional people to to deal with the backlog of appointments for screening and for assessment. In the interim, any child in the education system or the early childhood system can be afforded support based on need and not on diagnosis. Thank you.
The Honourable the Member for Harbour Main.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes or no? Will the Minister of Children, Seniors and Social Development establish an advocate for persons with disabilities before the House closes this spring?
The Honourable the Government House Leader. Oh, the Honourable the Minister of Children, Senior and Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. We certainly acknowledge the fact that there's a significant number of people in the province that identify with having a disability. Justice Robert Fowler conducted a review of the statutory offices, and in his review, Justice Fowler recommended that the focus of the Office of the Seniors Advocate include persons with disabilities. We're looking at this recommendation, and we certainly are taking all matters into consideration around this. And prior to any decisions being made with respect to any of these positions, we certainly will converse with all stakeholders. Thank you.
The Honourable the Member for Harbour Main.
Speaker, unfortunately, the Minister did not answer the question. It was a simple question, yes or no, but I did not get the answer. Will the Minister bring in legislation to create an advocate for persons with disabilities before the House closes this spring, yes or no?
The Honourable the Minister for Labrador Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'm happy to stand and speak to, as a former minister that was responsible for status of persons with disabilities in this province for a number of years, Speaker. During my time in CSSD, I had the opportunity to build what I would consider positive relationships with many of the strong disability advocates across this province. We've been following it very closely, Speaker. We've just had a chance to get the report and take a look at it, and we're certainly reviewing the report, and we will take some time to determine the best steps forward from here, Speaker. But make no mistake, we on this side of the House certainly support and have made a number of measures since I have been here over the past decade to support persons with disabilities in Newfoundland and Labrador.
The Honourable the Member for Harbour Main.
So again, we have no answer, Speaker, but I will direct this question to the Minister who is responsible for this department. The coalition,
Order, please. Order, please.
The coalition of persons with disabilities, the coalition of persons with disabilities and other advocacy groups for disabilities are so extremely disappointed. It's been 5 years since the Premier had promised this, and it was in mandate letters to ministers since 2020, and it still does not exist, Speaker. Did the Minister forget the promise made to people with disabilities, or perhaps the Premier forgot?
Member's time expired. The Honourable the Minister for Labrador Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not going to stand here and play politics when we want to talk about the persons with disabilities in our province, but I will remind the member, in case she missed it, of a press release I have in my hand from June 2024, just one of many measures, Speaker, that we are doing to support persons with disabilities. Back in this year, Speaker, just 6 months ago, when we announced a new initiative, $26 million investment, we were already there months ago, Speaker, recognizing that there was needs and we wanted to support. The Newfoundland and Labrador Disability Benefit, Speaker, will come into effect July 25 and will include up to $400 per month to persons with disabilities. And the $1,200 in registered disability savings program, which will begin, has already begun, Speaker, in January, and that's just a portion of what we are doing to support.
The Honourable Member for Harbour Main.
Speaker, there is nothing political about this. This is about promises being made and promises being broken. And the 2021 Red Book said all people have the right to access services and participate fully in their communities without barriers.
Order, please.
Nancy Reid.
Order, please.
Nancy Reid
Order, please. I already heard the question. Member standing right in front of me.
Nancy Reid,
Member for Aberdeen.
Nancy Reid from the Coalition of Persons with Disabilities has stated that people with disabilities, yes, they represent a significant portion of the population, 30%, but yet this promise has been denied for a disability advocate. Why won't you take a position on this and establish
Member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Labor Affairs.
Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to thank Nancy Reid for the contribution that she has made for the disability community. I know her very well. I work with her. We did some great work together. I go back, Speaker, to when the member behind me was in transportation and I was in CSSD. One of the things we did was put the parking lots for disabled people closer to the building. We weren't that crowd on that side had been in government 10 years before and had the healthiest people walking the least amount of time. I remember some of the things that we've done back in the day to make it better. I also, Speaker, would be remiss if I did not remind this House that recognizing the aging population that we have in this province, we brought in a seniors advocate, something back in that day that the other crowd said was a luxury, Speaker. We'll continue to be...
expired. The Honourable Member for Bayford, Green Bay.
Speaker, I just want to make a comment, and that was from what Cardinal said with regards to the budget, and that was there's nothing in it for us. Clearly, there's no tanks being supplied to this current government. Let's switch tacks. Speaker, in April 2022, the acting chair of the Public Service Commission himself said, "My understanding is that the position has been advertised, it has been recruited for, there have been interviews, there's been a report generated by the Independent Appointments Commission, and the report has been submitted to government." I asked the Minister, is this correct?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board.
Thank you. First to the preamble, I will say to the member opposite, a $26 million investment has been made to support people with disabilities. I think that's significant. I know that up to $400 per month will be going to persons with disabilities starting in July. That's a tremendous investment. We're not just saying we're acting, we're doing an awful lot to support that community. I will say to the member opposite, there have been and there are on occasion acting assignments within government. I will say to the member opposite that the person to whom he's referring has been with government since 1986. Now, he did go outside and work in the private sector. He brings forward a lot of skills, conciliation skills, HR consultant, and he was the deputy minister.
Expired. The Honourable Member Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, seniors in Labrador West want to remain in their community. It's critical to them and the well-being of our community. To remain at home, they often need help with personal and home care. Labrador West has no assisted living, no home care, and no personal care homes. I asked the Minister, when will this government bring home care and home care workers into the public system, given that Labrador West cannot attract any of them?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Member opposite is probably aware that under normal circumstances, personal care homes in this province, for the most part, have been private businesses. We have recognised that there are challenges in getting a private business to engage in providing that service in Lab West, and we are working on possibilities to see what other options exist that would use maybe public funds and or not-for-profits to provide that same service. I hear the members' concerns and I share them to an extent.
The Honourable Member for Labrador West.
Speaker, we continue to see the important reports dealing with seniors' needs in this province, reports that have shown us that the extent of work needs to be done. The recent AG report on personal care homes reveals serious incidents like death, missing residents, verbal and sexual abuse. Will government engage in personal care homes and home care into the public system to deal with these issues, starting with Labrador West?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As I've said on several occasions and in this House and in the member opposite's presence, we took the report from the AG very seriously. No number of serious incidents is acceptable. We have engaged with the personal care home operators. We have updated standards. Our problem, I think, has been communicating those new standards to the public at large, and certainly we have done with the homes and with the operators and with NLHS, who are responsible for their oversight. We have also provided an additional 17 FTEs to the NLHS to provide better, closer oversight and more rapid assessments for seniors. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, no wonder this government makes so little progress with its penchant for putting the cart before the horse. After ignoring the concerns of paediatricians and other health professionals, pressure from those doctors, the NDP, the public, and as well as the threat of a joint news conference by the NLMA and the Nurses Union finally forced the NLHS to do what it should have done months ago, reach out to the health unions and commit to a consultation process with pediatric health professionals about changes to the Janeway. So I asked the Minister, when will the Department and the NLHS finally learn their lesson and consult before they act?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
I think it was not us that put the cart before the horse, but rather there was reaction to something that had not yet even been discussed. What we have done and what NLHS have done very clearly is that they have begun a consultation process. There was a presentation made on at least 2 occasions. The CEO of NLHS met with the unions this morning, and the member is opposite. They had planned a joint news conference in the light of the discussions with Dr. Parfrey, who is doing an excellent job managing the noise from various locations. In the light of those consultations, they have decided to wait and consult further with NLHS. The process is working. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Humber Bay Islands.
Speaker, we're all well aware of the grounding of the container ship at Cedar Cove and Lark Harbour. Community councils of Lark Harbour, York Harbour, FFAW, fisher people and citizens are concerned of a possible oil spill which would ruin the fishery and tourist attraction. MSC, Mediterranean Shipping Company, is determining how the salvage will take place. The process is very slow and depending on weather conditions. I understand that this is a Federal Coast Guard issue, but delay would potentially cause a major oil spill and a catastrophe for the Outer Bay of Islands. I asked the Premier, will you contact the federal officials to have this salvage completed immediately to avoid a potential environmental disaster?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. First of all, let me join the member opposite in celebrating those who navigated that terrible situation, search and rescue. The FFAW members of your communities were there in that time of crisis to ensure that there was no tragedy in terms of human loss. That said, there does represent a continued environmental threat, and I assure the member opposite that we have written the Canadian Coast Guard, we've written the federal government to ensure that they are taking this with this level of urgency and acuity that is required to protect that crucial fishing ground for people in that district.
The Honourable the Member Humber Bay of Islands.
Mr. Speaker, one proposal of the heavy oil, 1.3 million litres, was to build a road 4 kilometres to the ship to have the fuel taken off safely and quickly. Due to the cost, this plan will not be used by filling containers, which will be offloaded weather permitting. The company is looking at their bottom line, their cheapest option, not the environmental concerns and the possible disaster. There was already tar balls found on the beach. I asked the Premier, will you raise this major concern with your federal counterparts to help where possible to ensure that this environmental disaster don't happen and the oil is taken off as quickly as possible? Thank you.
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course we'll continue to make sure the federal government understands the acuity, urgency, and emergency of the situation at hand, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to make sure that the Minister's office, despite the caretaker convention, understands the acuity of this issue. It is, as the member correctly identifies, an immediate environmental threat to those incredible, valuable fishing grounds to the people in those communities. And I can assure you that your voice, their voice, will continue to be heard at the federal government level.
Time for oral question has expired. Presenting reports by standing select committees. Tabling of documents. Notices of motions. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I give notice that I will on tomorrow move in accordance with Standing Order 11, subsection 1, that this House not adjourn at 5:30 p.m. on Monday, May 12, 2025.
Further notice of motions. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I give notice that I will on tomorrow move in accordance with Standing Order 11, subsection 1, that this House not adjourn at 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, May 12, 2025.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I give notice that I will on tomorrow move that notwithstanding Standing Order 9, this House shall not adjourn at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, May 14th, but shall continue to sit to conduct government business, and if not earlier adjourned, the Speaker shall adjourn the House at midnight.
Further notice of motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I give notice that I will on tomorrow move in accordance with Standing Order 11, subsection 1, that this House not adjourn at 5:30 p.m. on Thursday, May 15th.
Government House Leader.
Speaker, I give notice that I will ask leave to move the following resolution. Resolution respecting the reappointment of the Citizens Representative. Be it resolved by the House of Assembly as follows. Whereas subsection 3(2) of the Citizens Representative Act provides that the Citizens Representative is to be appointed by the Lieutenant Governor in Council on a resolution of the House of Assembly. And whereas Section 5 of the Act states that a Commissioner may be reappointed. And whereas the appointment of the current Commissioner, Bradley Moss, expires on April 30th. And whereas it is proposed that Bradley Moss be reappointed as the Commissioner for a term of 6 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Bradley Moss be appointed as the Citizens Representative for a term of 6 years. And that is seconded by the Deputy Government House Leader.
Any further notice of motions? I think there's a tabling of document. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety. Answer to questions. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member from Stephenville, Port-au-Port, I think asked a question yesterday, or the day before, sorry, I think it was yesterday, about the number of RNC officers as well as RCMP officers within the province. I wanted to table those numbers, or let him know the numbers today. 424 RNC officers. 112 civilian members. The RCMP has 456 officers, 16 First Nations officers as well. I think he also asked about recruitment, I think, in that same question. One of the RCMP have 458 applications in Newfoundland and Labrador in 24-25, 195 applicants in Newfoundland as of March 31. And 40 cadets will be posted to B Division out of that graduating class that is coming soon. And the RNC have 3 classes that are currently happening, or sorry, one that's currently happening, 17 cadets in January, 12 cadets in July of this year, and January there's 15 cadets, but we expect that number to increase higher than that for January of 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any further answers to which questions or notice has been given? Any further answers to which questions, which notice has been given? Okay. I'm going to move right in, move into orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
I'll give you some more. No petition.
The Honourable Government Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I call from the order paper budget, motion 1.
The Honourable Government Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes here today on this. It's actually my mom's birthday too, so I will remember the date. Happy birthday, Mom, in BC. Yes, that's right. I'll get that out of the way first. But today is a bit of a bittersweet day, Speaker, for our team on this side of the House, because we want to thank the guy that's sitting to my right, and I think most of us have been filled with reflection over the past number of days since he's announced that the Premier announced that he will be going back, where he will also be greatly needed in the operating room. And as I've traveled around the province and around my own district, many times I've ran into folks that have said, he did this for me, he did that for me. One guy said, he fixed my missus' arm, and that's just an example. Someone said he put my daughter back together. And but Speaker, today I just want to acknowledge the incredible contribution that our Premier have made to Newfoundland and Labrador during his 5-year tenure. Speaker, as a dad with a young family at home, he stepped up at a time when there was nothing easy about being at the helm of this ship. We were in very uncertain times in this province. We were navigating uncertain waters, and I always say, and he don't like it, but that's okay, I got the floor right now. He's a brilliant mind. He's a gifted surgeon. We're going back, but we want to thank him for his contributions. And when we look back over some of the things that he dealt with, in addition to the huge deficits, in addition to leveraging all the goodwill he had with the federal government of the day and bringing back that $5.2 billion so that the people that we represent wouldn't experience rate shock. In addition to that, there was the floods, there was the fires, the devastation that was on the southwest coast, and the waves had barely calmed, and he was on the ground there. The fires that were in Central, and how swiftly he was on the ground there. And last year, Speaker, I just remember we being on the phone late at night, and we were learning that Churchill Falls was going to have to be evacuated. And the Premier said, can Goose Bay handle 500 people? And less than 2 weeks later, we were on the phone late one night, and the Premier said, can Goose Bay handle 10,000 people? Because he was at the helm when we successfully navigated the largest evacuation in the history of our province. And there's so many things that I could say about what the Premier have done while he was here. I think in particular his relationship with Indigenous people and the things he's done around reconciliation. And when we see the statue out front, and when we see the beautiful murals not quite done yet, they're all completed, they're just not hung yet. There are so many signs that long after this young man with the high energy, long after he's gone, there are signs around this building. There are impacts, positive impacts in individual lives, positive things that have happened in all of our communities with this particular Premier at the helm, Speaker. And so on behalf of all of our team on this side, on behalf of the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, I want to say that I believe history will be very, very kind to Premier Dr. Andrew Furey. Thank you very much.
I think the Leader of the Official Opposition would like to have a few remarks. With leave is granted, sir. The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. I have said many times publicly and in this House of Assembly that it takes a lot of courage to put your name forward to become a member of the House of Assembly and reach out to people and represent them in districts all over Newfoundland and Labrador. It takes an extra special commitment to take on the role of Premier and doing that. So I want to congratulate the Premier on these efforts for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, and I wish him and his family well into the future.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker, and I too wish to thank the Premier. Certainly the demands of representing a large district far removed from the place where he lives is challenging, and one that's got significant geography to cover as well. Following that, representing a province with such diverse geography and needs and people is no small task. And also being the front face of a party in this province, again, has its demands. Representing the province on the world stage adds further pressure. And I understand certainly the sacrifice of to family, what that means, and not being around when children's activities are going on. And I also understand certainly the significant sacrifice or the pause in your own career as a surgeon, because I fully understand the investment of time and money in becoming that professional. So for those reasons, thank you very much, Premier.
The Honourable Member for Humber Bay of Islands would leave.
I just want to say again, Premiers, we discussed, and personally on many occasions, family comes first, and I agree with you. I know as opposition sometimes we have our differences, but one thing I will say, I have the Premier's personal cell number and was always responded to concerns. And I just want to recognize that and put that on the record, that sometimes we may not agree on the issue, but it was always responded to and spoken to. And taking I've been around for a lot of premiers, and taking the position of a premier, leader of a party, no matter what happens in your government, in your party, you're the face of it. You do take its toll out of his family. And when you step aside for your family, you can't ask for any better gift to your family. Congratulations in the future.
Members of Mount Pearl Southlands with leave.
No leave yet.
Leave Mount Pearl Southlands.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just going to take a second as well just to wish the Premier well. As my colleague said, we may not have always agreed on every single issue, but I do feel that we agreed on most issues. Not all, but most. And I too appreciate the fact that on a number of occasions I did reach out to the Premier personally, and he always got back to me. He kept me informed on things that were happening when there were things that were important to the province that affected us all. We did have that two-way communication, which I really did appreciate. And I also want to just say that, you know, while like all of us getting into House Assembly, I felt that for the first little while you were trying to get your feet under you, but once you did, I think that you did represent the province very well. Even if I didn't agree on every particular issue, I thought you really did. I have to say that when we brought home, repatriated the unknown soldier, that was certainly a very proud moment, and I think that you did that brilliantly. I really do. And I would further say that in more recent times, I did watch you with Wolf Blitzer on CNN, and I'm quite serious that you came across like a real statesman, very professional. You felt like you were in your element, and I did feel proud as a Newfoundlander to have my Premier. I really did. So all the best to you and your family, and we need you as much as you may be needed here. We need you more in the operating room. So get out there and start, get back to work soon. Thank you.
Any remarks? Okay, we're going to move into the budget debate, the amendment. The Honourable Member for Bonavista.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I had the privilege yesterday of standing up and addressing some issues, and I stated I had a lesson plan. Well, I'm going to continue that lesson plan I had yesterday, today, and I'm going to talk about the Lions first, the Georges Brook Milton War Memorial Initiative, and then the budget. And I'll do it in that order. For the viewers in the District of Bonavista watching now, two pillars of the District of Bonavista is his love of hockey and so many charitable organizations in the District of Bonavista. And I'm thinking where I'm seated here today, I'm seated behind or between two MHAs, one on the left, the hockey side, 5 Herder championships from Fairyland. And when I talk about the charitable organizations, on my right, the member from Exploits, 25 years in the Lions, was president. He was chair of the Lions Winter Carnival, zone chair, Lion of the Year, and served on many committees. So how fortunate for the District of Bonavista, the member, to be sitting between these two individuals. Must be some more. I had. I mentioned yesterday about I attended the 46th charter night of the Fort Point Lions in Dunfield, Trinity, and small group, but they do a phenomenal amount of good deeds. And I just want to recap quickly. I said of many donations they made to various school functions. At the sick and needy, they gave a monetary donation, but they also helped with wheelchairs, walkers, crutches, shower chairs, and etc. The last one is what I want to speak to in a short time, Speaker. It says they collect glasses and they send them to Bishop's Falls to be refurbished for underdeveloped countries. The Deputy House Leader, or the Deputy Government Leader, stated that we had a resolution where Bradley Moss, the Citizens Rep, will be staying on in his duties for the next 6 years. Bradley Moss was the district governor that was at that Fort Point charter night on Saturday night. And I want to share with you a very emotional story that he shared with everyone that was in attendance that night. He did it eloquently. I'm going to try to match it as close as I possibly could. The member from Great Grand Falls, Windsor, Buckins, remember he said this morning in his address, he said, if you have food, love, and shelter, you're doing much better than most in the world. And I think we all heard him say that. Think of that with this story that Bradley Moss read out. The first-person narrative. Let's say that you're an average 60-year-old person living Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Take a look around. It's a pretty chaotic place. You live in one of the most economically depressed, violent cities in the world. Murder, kidnapping, road accidents, gang violence, armed robbery, rape, and mugging are all daily occurrences downtown where you live. They call it the red zone for a reason. So there you are, along with 2.3 million other people living in a tightly backed, mostly poorly built structure. Odds are you are surviving day to day on less than $2. A bottle of Coke in the streets costs $1. Unemployment is well over 40%. 80% live in abject poverty. There are no social services, so you either work or somebody else works to keep you fed. You are one of the lucky ones, however, with a job sewing garments for that $2 a day. But you have a big problem to add to all the others. Your sight has been failing for years. You haven't been able to read properly in recent memory, and you are losing your capacity to sew. And there's nothing you can do about it. One day you hear there is a group of Lions Club members from Canada testing people's eyes in your area. Free vision is non-existent. Word of this will spread quickly. So you get up the next morning at 4 a.m. and you walk a couple of miles to the clinic site where you find a crush of 200 people or so in a line 2.5 hours before the clinic opens. So you stand there in 35 degrees of heat and you wait. Nearly 8 hours pass in that lineup, and finally you are at the very front of the line. All of your pre-testing done. Next one to see the optometrist. When a man comes along and tells you the clinic has to close immediately and empty out due to reports of violence in the area. But not to worry. You take this piece of paper and you can come back tomorrow and be seen. Your day, which consisted of walking miles and waiting for hours in punishing heat, is over. You have to walk home and walk back again tomorrow. As a Newfoundlander now, how would you feel? What would you say? Well, Bradley Moss says this. I can tell you what he said because he was the man closing the clinic that day. Bradley Moss, our citizens rep. The man smiled and he shook his hand. And he said, God bless you, to everyone working there that day as he walked out the door. And Bradley Moss ended by saying, as you can probably tell, in that teachable moment, I was the student. He came back the next morning, and Lion Rick Buchanan, an optometrist from the Springdale Club, restored his vision to that of a teenager. The man cried in front of us all. He ended by saying, that was patience, that was humility, that was gratitude. So when we look at the Lions, all the phenomenal work they do in Newfoundland, Labrador, these people are doing it in many parts of the impoverished world to make people's life much better. King Lion Forsey from the district of just passes me a note and says 450,000 pairs of eyeglasses have been distributed to aid vision impairment since 2018 from the eyeglass program. I think that's phenomenal. Moving on to the next item on my lesson plan, I want to commend from Georges Brook Milton 4 individuals who have embarked upon the erection of a war memorial in Georges Brook Milton, the province's newest town, which didn't have one. Morgan Ellis, the mayor. We've got Walt Ellis, whose family has been in Georges Brook for generations. We have Curtis Skiffington and David Adams. We know that there was Clarence Pelly, who was killed in action on April the 21st at 1917 in the Battle of Arras in France. He has no known grave, and his name is inscribed on a memorial at Beaumont Hamel. With the strong representation of the forestry unit that was served overseas from our area, which was based on the forestry, the monument will serve as a reminder for all the people and what they gave and it'll also be a memorial that will mark Clarence Pelly's name, to give him and to note that he was from Georgesbrook, Milton. And I commend those people. And I've talked with the MHA from Lake Melville on several occasions on this initiative to done. But I commend those people for doing that. They're also going to recognize all those who served within the forestry units and overseas. Speaker, we've heard a lot about the budget, and we've talked about the budget. The Deputy House Leader stood a very short time ago, and she stated that we were in very uncertain times. We were in very uncertain times. The member for Mount Pearl Southlands mentioned yesterday in his address, he talked about our debt, and he stated that our debt is probably unsustainable as what we have. I want to hearken back, Speaker, to 2016, the first budget of the current government. And I just want to read a couple of excerpts from the budget speech from 2016. The President of Treasury Board, President of Finance, stood and said, Auditor General and others stated the inability and inconsistency of the former administration to manage a fiscal plan has left our province dealing with an unprecedented deficit, unprecedented borrowing requirements, and unprecedented fiscal pressures. And that was stated. She then went on and said, the previous government's willingness to mortgage our future has left our province facing the biggest deficit and the highest net debt ever recorded in history. That was year one of the current government, 2016, and the member from Bonavista is only reading from Hansard, the official transcript of the House of Assembly. Another excerpt from that speech, it is impossible for us to be satisfied that we will spend more on debt expenses than we do on educating our children. And that's true.
That's true.
Everyone states.
Nothing you said so far is untrue.
Our government promised the people of Newfoundland and Labrador better management and real leadership. Last note, our government will establish a diversified wealth fund once we have moved back into surplus. The legislation will be designed to prevent any future governments from leaving our province in the fiscal situation we find ourselves today. In 2016, April the 14th. And that's the first budget speech from the current government. Back in 2000, Speaker, 2016-17, we had a net debt of a little over $12 billion, our net debt. Our total debt was 15.8. That is the time that I just read the excerpts from Hansard back in the first budget speech of the current government. In 21-22, we had a total debt of $16.2 billion, up from 16.6. The total debt went from $15 billion to $24 billion.
True.
In 23-24, our net debt was 17.2. Our total debt was 31.3. In 24-25, net debt of 17.8, a total debt 30 billion.
Wow.
25-26, this current one, which is today. Same government from the 2016 answered notes. We have 32.9 billion on total debt. Our net debt is 19.4 billion. And I would say that is what a member stood and said, that is unsustainable. Now, one thing they had mentioned, let me go back to what they had said. We can't have our government with debt expenses more than what we do on educating our children. Remember that? Can't do that. Let me share with you some of the servicing. To pay interest on our total debt, because we pay interest on our total debt, not our net debt. On our total debt, we pay interest on. So on our Visa card, the provinces, in 23-24, in order to pay interest on that total debt, we paid $722,874,800 in 23-24. In 24-25, we paid $815,139,600 on interest on carrying the total debt. This year, in 25-26, notice the difference in the increment as we increase. This year in 25-26, we are paying $1.2 billion on that.
True.
We are paying on interest alone 16 times more than we pay for our MUN medical school. We are on par with the education of children in our school system. We pay many, many more times than our total budget for fisheries, forestry, and agriculture. We're probably 14, 15 times more than what we pay or provide for the operation of municipal provincial affairs. So that is totally significant. I would ask one thing. I think our leader and many people had said, one thing that jumped out at me in the last budget, and notice that I didn't know, there was a $75,000 to celebrate the 100th anniversary of women achieving the right to vote and hold public office. Very proud of that. I have 3 females in my family, very proud of it. I looked at that and thought, with those interest figures that I shared with you, I was going to send it out to 4 female leaders in the District of Bonavista. I wanted to see what their comment was, and I wanted to remain unbiased. So I sent it to one in Bonavista, leader for not-for-profit. It's frivolous, isn't it? Do you know what we can do with $75,000? And she lists on. One in Bloomfield. To be honest, I am more than pleased that women achieve this goal, but I don't feel that we need to spend dollars on it right now. Money can be spent in better ways, in my opinion. Third lady, up the peninsula further, I would like to see it directly impact the people. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your time.
The honourable member for exploits.
Thank you, Speaker, and it's certainly another honor to get up here and speak on the budget. Again, you know, it gives you a chance to speak of things in our district. And yesterday or the day before, I did get up and I spoke about the healthcare situation in our district, and I spoke about roads. Today, I'd like to speak about some secondary industry, and a big secondary industry that we're missing in areas of 10, 11, and 12 in the forestry sector is secondary processing in those areas, in 10, 11, and 12, forest area management 10, 11, and 12. That's known as the fiber basket in central Newfoundland, the fiber basket of central Newfoundland. Back in 2018, this government, which was a good thing, by the way, unlocked 280,000 cubic meters of fiber from the old Abitibi permits. Again, which was a good thing. Today, locals can't get permits. Locals can't get permits. They're all distributed to the 3 bigger players. Now, for a local to get a permit, I see the former minister over there of FFA looking at me and staring at me and trying to stare me down. But in order for locals to get a permit, there are options there to get a permit, and I've said this before, there's options there to get a permit, but the permits that they give is up in the mountains, up in the hills. Again, you'd need 4 billy goats to go cut it, to bring it down. That's why they can't get permits. They're not allowed of that. But all the good fiber in the flatlands, in the good areas, the good spruce, the good fiber is in 10, 11, and 12, and that's where they all congregate. The entire industry basically is congregated in 10, 11, and 12. Why? Because of the terrain, because of the easy access, and certainly the great fiber. That's why they're there. Now, we do have forest industry, we do, and we have it throughout the island, and we got to protect our forest industry. I agree, I do agree. But the forest industries in secondary processing, there's one in Area 6 congregating in 10, 11, and 12. There's one in Forest Management 2 congregating in 10 and 11, 12. I think the next area would be 22. I can be corrected if the former minister mind will get up and correct me on that. He certainly can. I'm going to say 22. Where they congregated? 10, 11, and 12. All the fiber. You know, we're living in central Newfoundland. I'm from Bishops Falls. I know my colleague from Grand Falls Winter spoke on it this morning. When we look around us, all we see is trees, timber, lots of it. But we have no secondary processing. We cannot get substantial permits to get at it because it's being cut, taken out of areas 10, 11, and 12, and taken to the other secondary processing throughout the island. Again, I'm not knocking that secondary processing in other areas. I'm really not. But we have to find ways to support the secondary processing of industry, of our forestry, in what we would call what I call central Newfoundland, which is area 10, 11, and 12. And back when Abitibi did close down, we were in dire straits. We were in dire straits, or thought we were, but the people in central Newfoundland were resilient through other businesses, through other means. We got through it easy. We got through it pretty good, actually. And I contribute a lot of that probably to aquaculture on the south coast, where central Newfoundland became the hub for the aquaculture industry and other fishing industries as well. Certainly they became the hub. But the secondary industry in forestry wasn't there. And when Abitibi did close down, as I mentioned, there was an allotment of forest left there. that was to be used for secondary processing in, again, central Newfoundland 10, 11, 12 area. That's gone. There's nothing left. There's no permits to obtain other than if somebody wants to go up in those hills and those mountains with their billy goats and bring down the lumber, the timber. Then they can get their permits. So we have the three big players that are congregating in 10, 11, and 12, moving the timber forestry out of central Newfoundland, which again, I just said, I stated, we certainly got to sustain our forest industry. Having said that, are they cutting it faster than we can grow it? There's a lot coming out. There's a lot coming out. Can we restore it fast enough to sustain what's coming out of there? That's a question that government can certainly ask, and I'll certainly ask that in estimates tomorrow. But that's one of the industries, Speaker, that we'd like to see more emphasis put on for area 10, 11, and 12. We believe that there can be an industry in central Newfoundland in the area of 10, 11, and 12, other than just being cut and taken away in raw product, whereas we could have a secondary product in central Newfoundland. And I think there's ideas been floated around. There's been some ideas that's been floated around, but so far there's been no avail of it. Again, every time the 5-year plan comes out, that all the permits are probably distributed elsewhere because of the three big players coming in and congregating on the 10, 11, and 12 central Newfoundland area and taking all the fiber out. And we see it every day. We see trucks going east. We see trucks going west, truckload upon truckload, log upon log. Every day we see those trucks, and they are, transporting the raw timber out of our 10, 11, and 12. We certainly need more emphasis put back in 10, 11, and 12 on a secondary process as was there in the beginning. And that's something that we do miss in central Newfoundland. We certainly miss that. So that's something, Speaker, in the budget that I didn't see anything there for central Newfoundland, again, in regards to the forest industry to maintain and develop our forestry in central Newfoundland, which is well needed and would help with more jobs, economic development, get things moving and growing in central Newfoundland, and that could certainly prosper the area. Even the spin-offs of that from industry, like I mentioned, the aquaculture down on the south coast, that was spin-offs for jobs in the hub of Grand Falls, Windsor, and even in Gander. The bigger hubs that were spin-off jobs and maintain employment and everything for everybody in the area, and we could certainly have that back again with an allotment of forestry in central Newfoundland for some secondary processing. With that, Speaker, I did mention healthcare yesterday. I spoke on the roads. I will touch on the roads again, I guess, because I sort of didn't get a big time to speak on the roads, but roads are very important in my district. Let me say they're very important in everybody's district. It's the main transport to employment. It's the main transport to health care. It's the main transport for wherever we want to do in the area, especially the outlying areas. And on Route 350, of course, and I mentioned it before, Route 350 is in terrible condition. And I did this year, again, as I did in the past 5 years, well, 6 years actually, but every 5 years, every year, we put in our allotment of what's your worst areas. And every year I pick out the same 3 spots, same three areas on Route 350, because they've never been touched on Route 350. So, again, I put it in again this year. I put in 4 kilometers in one spot. I believe it was 4.5 in one spot. another 4.5 in another spot, and another 3 kilometers in another section of Route 350. So that's 4.9, that's 12 kilometers. 12 kilometers. I've been applying for this for the past 5 years. Now this year I've been lucky. On Route 350, I'm getting 4.5, one of the sections, 4.5 kilometers on one of the sections in 5 years, in 6 years, on Route 350. Not like 340 and 360, Route 350 is getting 4.5 kilometers. And when I look in the road plans, Route 340, when I see paving sections from Lewisport to Loon Bay on Route 340, and you know what district that is, you'll get 20 kilometers, and there's more besides that. When you look at Route 360, there's another district, Liberal districts actually, on Route 360, and you'll get some paving sections there. I didn't get the breakdown of Route 360, but again, they've gotten pavement every year, so I'm sure that I don't know what kilometers they may be getting this year. I can't say because I didn't get the breakdown. I asked for the breakdown, but I didn't get it. So that's Route 340 at least is getting 15 kilometers. Route 360, I'll say probably 10 kilometers. I don't know. I'm just going to be nice about it. What do exploits get for Route 350? What do exploits get in 5 years? On Route 350, 4.5 kilometers.
Imagine 10,000 kilometers of road.
Right? So now I know the former minister can say we did well in exploits by we've done 360. Yes, sir, we put a lot of pavement Route 360. Guess what? Route 360 comes off the Trans-Canada Highway, hits the Bay of Spear.
His district.
His district, by the way, down Route 360. Even though mine does go down Bay of Spear Highway 40 kilometers. That's the boundary that we have. So Route 360 goes right down the Canigua Peninsula. So anyway, with that, we certainly need those sections done. And I'd ask the minister, I really would ask the minister, I did receive the 4.5 kilometers, supposed to be done this year, unless the tenders probably come back too low or to, you know, the tendering process don't work out for them. I suppose to get to 4.5. But there's another section very, very poor. And that would be another section on Route 350. Very, very poor. It's a section called Dump Hill between the middle intersection of Botwood and into probably the bridge in Northern Ireland. It's been accidents there, people busting tires there, having trouble there, and I put in for that section as well as the other section that I'm getting on Route 350. I put in for that for the past 5 years. You need to be a billy goat to go over that too. Yes, you do. Thank you, Minister, for pointing that out. That's former Transportation Minister telling me that, actually, by the way, that we need a billy goat to be walking over it. Wow. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me of that, Minister of Transportation, former. So anyway, that section needs to be fixed. And obviously, the former minister knows this. He just said it. He just admitted it. So, so this section really needs to be fixed, and we need attention given that. And even, look, while they even got the trucks and the equipment in on Route 350 right now, that's going to be there, should be there, they're going to be doing road work, going to be doing pavement. Even if they went out to the other section from Botwood to Northern Arm, they're on that 3 kilometers, I do believe it is, from the middle of the intersection in Botwood to Northern Arm Bridge. If they went 3 kilometers, just kept it over. If they can't afford to do the full road work right now, just cap it over. You got your equipment in place, you got it already there. While they're there, Minister, why don't you just go and cap it over until we can afford more in the next road plans so that we can have these roads fixed? That's all it would take, Minister. So anyway, I'm hoping the Minister is going to address that, and I'll certainly have more conversations with the Minister on that so that we can address the road work that we need done in the district. So that's the road parts of it. Let's see, seniors. Let's go back to seniors. I did put up a petition here yesterday on seniors. And today, certainly the Seniors Advocate came out with a report. And the one thing she says, as in the Seniors Advocate stated that the cost for seniors is primary barriers of preventing seniors from aging well at home. So the cost of it, the cost of living. And she's right. I hear from seniors all the time. Can't afford to heat their home. Can't afford to buy groceries. Not getting enough to live on. Can't afford their pills. Can't afford their medications. You know, when I see seniors breaking down medications or not taking their medications or cutting them in half, that kind of stuff, to giving up their health care because of the cost of living in their own homes, then that is certainly disturbing. It really is. When I see the Seniors Advocate found that 80% of seniors face financial challenges in maintaining their dependence in their own homes. Seniors need help in their own homes. They really do. And the intent for seniors to stay in their own homes keeps them healthy. It's a known fact that seniors live longer in their own homes. They're happier in their own homes. So when in 2016, the government cut the hours of home care for seniors and then increased the contribution that seniors had to pay to have someone look after them in their own homes. And now the Seniors Advocate comes out with this 10 years later, just about 10 years later, saying that maintain their independence in their own homes is a cost, 80%. 10 years later now, mind you. You knew that back in 2016. You really knew it. You did it. So now you have seniors can't stay in their own homes because of the cost of it. They can't even get workers. Today now I'm hearing from seniors that they can't even get workers out in their own homes because the home care agencies don't have the workers. They don't have the workers. Why? Well, I heard the CEO of NL Health Services say that they're not paid enough anyway. They're not getting compensated enough to go somewhere to look after a senior in their own home. And I've heard that from the workers too, by the way. I've heard the same thing. So if we're going to look after seniors in our own home, and if the CEO of NL Health Services plans to implement some of his health accord of care to community, of taking seniors from care in the hospitals to keep them in their own homes, then we've got some serious business here of looking after how we're going to look, how is he going to implement that in their own homes? When they can't get care right now, they can't afford to stay in their own homes right now. They can't get workers to come see them in their own homes right now. So how are we going to look after our seniors in the near future when we can't get workers to even look after those seniors in their own homes? So with that, Speaker, there's two things then I wanted to talk about in regards to my district. I'm sure, and I'm looking forward to another opportunity because there's some potential I can bring up, no doubt. There's some potential in the area. I'll look forward to bringing that up in the near future. But there's some other areas in my district that I've been hearing that I'd certainly love another opportunity to get up and speak. So with that, I'll take my seat and give someone else a chance to speak on the budget. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Now recognize the member for Placentia West Bellevue.
Thank you, Speaker, and it's always a great honor to stand in this honourable House and speak on behalf of the people of Placentia West Bellevue that have, I feel, a strong voice in the fact that the reason why they have a strong voice is because of the communication that I have with the residents of Placentia West Bellevue. So, as my colleague from Harbour Main alluded to in her speech earlier today in this morning's session, it's about communication, but it's about bringing the people's voice forward. We are not bringing things forward on a personal basis. We're bringing things forward to make the lives of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians better. So I've heard it asked in the House several times over the last week or so. The question really is, are you better off now than you were 10 years ago when this administration came into government and start running the province? For the people of Placentia West Bellevue, I think that they've spoken loudly and clearly, and that would be to say no, because we're a very industrial district that has been left out of improving the economy of Newfoundland and Labrador. At one point, they were getting ready to shut down the refinery, which we know now that being remediated cost $1.6 billion, which got infused into the economy. There was a lot of spin-offs. There was it was a great benefit. And like I said, it's not for me to deliberate, I guess, on the business plan or anything like that, but there's some things there that when we're doing things that are tied to the environment, we have to make sure that we're going about it the right way. One thing I wanted to touch on, and I spoke about it on Monday when I spoke to the budget, and that's about the whole idea of the disabilities advocate. And being the former shadow cabinet minister or critic for CSSD, and now my colleague from Harbour Main has taken up that charge. But we communicate all the time, and I think that's the reason why there hasn't been any discontinuation of support for our disabilities community, because over here on this side, we're communicating with each other. Our leader, if you have any questions, he'll weigh in on everything that we're doing and how we approach it and how we look at it, because he has a very well depth of knowledge that we can draw from. And like I said, his presence in our caucus is greatly admired. So, like I said, I take my hat off to the Leader of the Official Opposition for being involved with his caucus and his government in waiting. To ignore the cries for a disabilities advocate, and to ignore 30% of our population, and to say that we're going to give them $400 in July, well, $400 in July don't really help a family that's trying to get their child diagnosed with autism. It's not really helping a person navigate a system that, a lot of times when we're dealing with persons with disabilities, it could be intellectual. So therefore, they need an advocate to be able to help them navigate the system. That's what we are asking for. We heard from the Minister of CSSD earlier today about folding in the disabilities advocate with the seniors advocate. While that might sound rosy on the surface, it's not practical whatsoever, for the simple fact that the disabilities advocate needs to be more like an advocacy office, not a policy office, as we see with the seniors advocate, which are doing a great job, with their accumulating information from the people that they represent. And I also put my hat off to the organization Seniors NL, because they become then somewhat of an extension to being somewhat of an advocate. But again, that's not what their job was set up to do. So that's the reason why we've been pushing for 5 years or more about a disabilities advocate, and we were instrumental on making sure that we replaced the Child and Youth Advocate, which is doing tremendous work. And again, to Ms. Walsh for taking on being a seniors advocate and making sure that seniors' voices are being heard, but also that policies are being implemented in order to make life better for seniors. So again, the question is, Are you better off today than you were 10 years ago? The disabilities community would say no, for the simple fact that they need a voice. They need an office that can help them navigate our healthcare system and different programming. How many people are out there right now with a disability that are entitled or eligible for funding to help them live their best life, but are unaware because they're not able to navigate the system, and they might have other complex needs or issues that they don't have an advocate there. You know, maybe they don't have family members here. Maybe you know, there's different reasons. But if we have an office of the disabilities advocate, then that means that that information is housed in one area. People don't have to be redundant about giving back their information, and then they have somebody that can help them navigate the system, whether that be appointments or understanding programming or understanding anything that needs to go on for the entire continuum of care that somebody with a disability would need. And again, I say that is accounting right now in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. That is accounting for 30% of our population. That brings them to almost 200,000 people. That is an awful lot of people, and they need an advocate, and they need an advocacy officer just so that they know how to navigate the system and understand the system as it applies to them. But when we've been asking for it for 5 years, and I hear the minister get up in her spot today and say, what was it? I'll say, just getting the chance to look at it. Just getting the chance to look at it. 5 years later. Wow. Glad to know that you're taking it serious. Glad we know that we put our trust in the government opposite. Are you better off now than you were 10 years ago? I say not. So as a parent, again, for a person with a disability, I'd say it's time to stop kicking this can down the road. These people need us. As the official opposition and our leader has stated, we support this initiative, and given a new government, the PCs will implement a disabilities advocate right away. And I thank my leader and my colleagues in the official opposition and my colleague from Harbour, Maine, for taking up this cause and for us being all in agreement that this is something that's essential to helping our province run more efficiently and smoothly and help these people navigate a system that they probably don't understand at this point. Lots of people might out of that 200,000. But I'll guarantee you, it's an awful lot of people. Even if we say it was 10%, we're still talking about 20,000 people that don't know how to navigate the system. So let's get out there and let's make sure that we're looking after those people. So again, are you better off now or when 10 years ago? I would say that we are not better off today than we were 10 years ago. And you know, like I said, today we celebrate Earth Day. And I was fortunate enough actually to do the response to the ministerial statement by the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. And the last sentence on the minister's statement says, "I encourage everyone in this House to remember that we have just one Earth. It's incumbent on us as leaders to ensure we do our best to protect it." Well, I don't know if we're living by our words, but we're certainly not doing it in Swift Current. Swift Current, back on February 4th, Speaker, February 5th, I apologize, February 5th, 2025, more than 70 days ago, we had a transport truck that was traveling about 6 a.m. in the morning, wasn't familiar with the road, went off on a turn in Swift Current. The truck went down over the embankment. The truck was actually carrying tarpaulin, so it wasn't the issue wasn't about what it was carrying or anything. It wasn't the load, that's right. So when it was, when it left the road, it ruptured its fuel tanks, diesel. It spilt over 700 liters of diesel on the ground. So we, of course, you go out and start remediating, and you get the authorities involved, and everything's being reported and all this kind of stuff or whatever. But then we come to find out that there was no insurance. After over $300,000 was spent on remediation, the company realized that was doing the remediation that they wouldn't be able to continue to clean up because nobody was taking responsibility financially. So, of course, I approached the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and I asked her, what is the situation here? And really what I was asking for was that we remediate the oils or the diesel spill now and go after the administration or the costs or whatever later, because we can do that vicariously, but the environment really can't wait. So when I hear a statement of, I encourage everyone in this House to remember that we have just one Earth. It's incumbent on us as leaders to ensure we do our best to protect it. Well, we had a carbon tax that's supposed to fix the environment. We're over on this side of being called climate deniers. But apparently, the initiative of protecting the environment is about who can we make responsible for it and who can we make pay for it. So it's a money grab. Got nothing to do with the environment, because guess what? When we found out that there was no insurance by the truck driver, all cleanup has ceased. Wow. Can you imagine? One drop of diesel contaminates 250 gallons of water. They had a boom out in Swift Current Harbour, a very strong salmon run. And when they found out after spending $300,000 that nobody was paying for it, even the boom come up at the water. Can you imagine? But the company shouldn't have been on the hook for that to get reimbursed, because, as we know about the NTAP program, getting reimbursed is not going to be easy. But to spend that kind of money on cleanup and to be that close to it, the lady adjacent to the property has chickens and she has some livestock and stuff to help her family. But there's a whole host of reasons. I'm going to actually. This is how she approached me back in. This actually came to me in March, but this was to bring me up to speed on where we were to. Hi, Jeff. I would like to write to you with a concern/complaint about an incident that occurred at my property in Swift Current on February 5th. A transport truck went off the road and spilled 700 liters of diesel, which is on video, around my property. The diesel has gone into the soil and ocean, and the Environment Services has placed a boom out in the water to catch the diesel until cleanup is complete. The issue is the trucking company that caused the spill has no insurance, and because of this, all cleanup efforts have been stopped. The boom has ruptured, and there is debris everywhere, all over the beach, the roadway, and in the trees. I have been in touch with NL Services in Clarenville, who advised me to call the Environment and Climate Change Department, which I did. They directed me to NL Services in St. John's. So long story short, I was advised by NL Services that no one is taking responsibility for this cleanup at this time, and they are looking to into taking legal action against the pollutant, who may face fines and jail time. But in the meantime, one second. Sorry about that.
You got time.
It's not coming. But in the meantime, who is going to clean up the mess that is on site now from the boom? Why is the government not footing the bill to getting this cleaned up completely instead of letting more damage be done? I have livestock on site, and I'm concerned that they will get sick from the contaminated soil. And she goes on to talk about, you know, having dizziness and stuff like that. And we done an interview with NTV, and you know, we brought it to the attention of government and the province, I guess, kind of thing. But to me, it's very bothersome to hear that. I encourage everyone in this House, this is from the Minister in her statement today about Earth Day, I encourage everyone in the House to remember that we have just one Earth. It's incumbent on us all as leaders to ensure we do our best to protect it. So at this point in time, I guess we're not leading, we're not remediating, so I'm not sure what the next option is for the people, because I've even met with the LSD, I've met with the fire department. This has really put people out, and I will say that the ecosystem around Swift Current is very unique. And I am going to tell you, it's one of the most scenic places, certainly in my district, but I would commend the province. While I know we have, you know, Terra Nova is pretty beautiful as well, and the West Coast, the whole province is beautiful. But I have this nice little kind of diamond in the rough, we'll say. And, you know, I'd like to make a shout out actually to Roger Jameson, who has recently passed. And we gave him an honorary award at the Hospitality Newfoundland Labrador convention based on his lifelong work with tourism here in the province. So I want to say to Mary and Hope and I have to lose his name, but and their son. That you know, Roger is very instrumental in our province and for tourism. And being the Shadow Cabinet Minister now for tourism, I do understand all the work that he's done and worked with him in our district to make things better as well. So, like I said, that was something that was done. But you know, again, a segue from the topic that I'm talking about on the environment. But because Roger was so instrumental in Swift Current, I just wanted to make sure that that was mentioned. But to ignore this cleanup is not taking any leadership. It's not doing anything to forward the fact that, you know, we talk about this administration stepped across and voted to get the carbon tax, and then they start writing letters to the Prime Minister that carbon tax wasn't good and all this kind of stuff. But was it all about carbon tax or the environment, or was it about a money grab? Or was it just another way of saying this is a way for us to grab money? Because if that was the case, then I guess the administration that's here in Newfoundland and Labrador are following it full suit. So I really do have problems with that, and like I said, to stand here today and say it's incumbent on us as leaders to ensure we do our best to protect it, referring to the environment, I think is a little bit of a sin. So again, are you better off now or 10 years ago? So I don't think we're better off today than we were 10 years ago, because if we're all, you know, pushing an environmental agenda and we're not going to clean up a diesel spill, then it kind of is pretty hypocritical as far as I'm concerned. And I don't think there's any need for it in our society today. So, like I said, let's get out there and I would say to the government, let's get out and clean it up and then go after the administrative costs or whoever needs to be responsible later, and we'll take care of that way. So, again, the last thing I will say is that, as our leader said, you know, we have all these ideas and we hear about all these plans, but if we're not executing the plans, a plan is only good as the execution that it gets or it receives. So to me, if we're failing to plan, then that is exactly the reason why we are planning to fail. And that seems to be the light of this administration, is that there's lots of plans but no substance. On that, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my place. Thank you.
Thank you. Now recognize the member for Mount Pearl Southlands.
Thank you, Speaker, and glad to have an opportunity to speak to the
amended budget motion. Mr. Speaker, I just want to, I guess, continue on for a little bit on the theme that I spoke to the first time on the budget. And again, it's around our province's finances. And, you know, once again, it's important to realize, and I appreciate the fact, that all members, including this member, we all want what's best for our district. And naturally, we have a job to do in terms of advocating for road work, water and sewer, infrastructure, recreational infrastructure, all those things. And everybody does that. But there is also a reality when it comes to governing. And I've heard people say before, it's easier on this side. And in many respects, I would agree with that. Even though we work hard over here too, it is easy to be critical of everything and to say there's not enough of this, there's not enough of that, and so on, when you're not the one who ultimately has to make those choices. And I say that regardless of who the government is and what political stripe they may be. But there is a reality, again, in this province. My colleague from Bonavista referenced it today, as I did the day before yesterday, and that is our tremendous provincial debt, a net debt now of, I believe it's $19 billion plus, and I think $30 to $32 billion in terms of total debt. And the fact that we're paying $1.2 billion with a B this year just on debt servicing costs alone. And just think about what we could do with that $1.2 billion. Think of all the schools that we could build, doctors we could hire, nurses, roads that could be paved, and so on, if that money wasn't being paid on debt servicing. So with that, I think we have to be ever cognizant of the need, to try to get the debt under control, try to get the debt down, and if we can get the debt down, then obviously that's less money we're going to be paying on debt servicing and more money we're going to have to spend. Now, it's very easy to say that too. Given the fact that we haven't had a balanced budget, I can't remember the last time we had a balanced budget. I believe it was, well, certainly back in the Dunderdale administration, I think we had, I'm not sure if we had it then. As a matter of fact, when barrels of oil were like at $125 a barrel, we were still borrowing money, which when you think about it, was kind of crazy. And I can remember standing on this side of the House at the time and referring it to the Minister of Finance of the time, the billion-dollar shopping spree is how I framed it, given the fact that we had $125 a barrel, lots of money pouring in, and we're still borrowing money then and driving our debt out of control even further. So it's important that we have a plan moving forward of how we're going to deal with this anchor around our neck. And one of the things that certainly comes to mind, and I don't know where the Upper Churchill negotiations are going to go. I don't know where they're going to go. We've been told when the MOU was debated here in the House Assembly, we were told that it was going to bring in, on average, $1 billion a year between now and 2041. I think it starts off at 500 or 600 million and then eventually goes to 1.6 or something like that in 2041, and you average it out as $1 billion a year. So one thing I would like to see, certainly, and whether it's this administration or whether it's a new administration, and I guess we'll find out soon enough when we have a provincial election, how that's going to pan out. But I think that should the Upper Churchill come to fruition, and we're far from there because it's only an MOU, there are no definitive agreements, Who knows what the definitive agreements are going to look like? Who knows whether they would be supported by the House of Assembly? I'm not sure if they even need to be, but if they will, and supported by the people, whether or not Quebec will even be in a position, because I'm not sure what's going to happen in Quebec, if they're going to end up with a new government or not. And so there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of unknowns as to whether this comes to fruition and we actually see that $1 billion a year on average for 2025, I believe it is, 2041. So that would be 16, if it did, that'd be $16 billion. Now, I would say to the Minister of Finance, I'll say to our current Minister of Finance, and whether she's there or not when the time comes, who knows, but to my mind, we should be looking at that as 16, between now and 2041, if it happens, that's $16 billion that we would not have had. It's like found money. It's not, I mean, it's not found money, but you could treat it like found money. And we know that we just saw the West White Rose project now. They're going to be out from the top sides. They're going to be put on now from Argentia out there, and there's going to be more oil coming in from that. So we should have some good years. We should have some, and all the mining projects. So we should have some good years ahead of us, where I would argue that we should be able to manage this province without dipping into that upper Churchill money if it should come to fruition. Or, so, to my mind, what an opportunity between now and 2041, if that money comes through. What an opportunity to pay off our provincial debt. What an opportunity. Now, I got my doubts. It's going to happen, because I know the temptation, the minute that money comes to fruition, if it does, all of a sudden, oh, we need more of this, we need more of that. We want more housing, more schools, more hospital, more, and on and on and on it goes. We know the pressures will be there. But imagine if the government, whoever that government is, actually had the discipline. If this happens, to say, you know what? This is brand new money that was never there before, was never expected. We're going to pay off that debt. Or at least we're going to, we're not going to put it all on debt. Let's put a big portion, at least, of that money on the debt. Given the fact that we're managing all along, given the fact, like I said, there's going to be more revenues coming in now with minerals, with oil and so on, it's a real opportunity. Now, I know that's not necessarily related to this budget, but I wanted to get it on the record because I think it's important for our province's future. I think it's important for our children and for our grandchildren to get that anchor from around our collective neck. What a legacy to leave to our children, then if we could somehow manage to eliminate that unsustainable debt that's growing year over year over year and currently costing us $1.2 billion in debt servicing. Now that might not sound exciting, certainly not as exciting as politically sexy as building recreational facilities and brand new, schools and infrastructure and all that. May not be as politically popular, and the temptation will be there to blow through it all, just like we did when we were at $125 a barrel. The temptation will be there. I just hope, again, the government of the day has the discipline, and I hope that government can set a framework now, even this administration, to set a framework, to set forward a plan that should all this upper Churchill money start flowing to the province, should it happen, that a significant portion of that money is going on debt repayment. Speaker, I wanted to now switch to a couple of other issues. One here, this is not, I don't know, 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 this is not, I This is not an ask in terms of spending any more of taxpayers' money here, but I wanted to take the opportunity to raise this because we all know the importance of student assistance in this province, the importance of them to our education system. And certainly I acknowledge that in this budget, certainly the government has invested heavily in teachers and student assistants. And that's, in my opinion, it's a wise investment. It's an important investment, albeit it's more cost, but it is a good investment. And it's something that parents, I've been heard from so many parents over the years, we all have, about the lacking resources in our schools. So I think it's important that we had to do that. But one of the issues that we have with student assistance, and I've heard from a number of student assistants over the last couple of years actually, is the fact that they're not getting paid. They're not getting paid on time. They're not getting paid the hours that they're owed. I'm constantly hearing from them. I've checked with the Department of Education, and apparently they are not on the same payroll system as what the teachers are on. They're on some other payroll system, which I was told by a senior member, senior staff person in the department, it was referred to as an old, antiquated system. Yeah. And so you have student assistants who are only making, they're not making great money to begin with, albeit they have an important role to play, a very important role to play, and arguably they're not making enough money to get people to do the job. Certainly they're not compensated enough, I think a lot of people might argue. But if they are, whatever they are owed, like anybody, when you go to work, you ought to expect that when payday rolls around, that whatever hours you worked is in your bank account. That's a reasonable expectation. There is nobody in this province, in public service or private industry, that would say, that would disagree with the fact that if somebody gets up and they go to work and they do their job, that when payday comes around, they expect whatever they're owed to be deposited in their bank account. We have an ongoing issue with the Department of Education of not getting student assistants paid what they're owed. And I have numerous examples of student assistants who have faced that issue and where they're owed hours. Maybe they work X number of hours and they're short. Then they go through this whole process of trying to contact payroll. They may or may not get a hold of someone. Someone might get back to them in a few days' time, and they'll say, okay, we'll straighten it out next payday. Next payday, it might get straightened out, it might not. If it does get straightened out, they straightened out last payday, now they've screwed up this payday because of the antiquated payroll system. And here you are with student assistants having to, I had a student assistant come into my office. She had a book, and she'd have to write down the dates, the times, how many hours she worked, and so on. And then she got to reconcile that with her pay stub. Well, actually, she can't reconcile. That's another issue. She can't reconcile it with her pay stub because the pay stub doesn't even state the hours worked, the amount of pay. The pay stub is even incomplete. So it's not like you can even sort of match up the hours worked with the hours on the pay stub, because the pay stub is not even complete. So now you're looking at it, now you're trying to figure out, well, if I got paid that much, they must have paid me before you're here doing the math to figure out how many hours you got paid for and how many you didn't and so on. And I'm telling you, I would say to the minister, it is a problem. Yeah. I've talked to senior officials. I'm not making this up, I can tell you. I'm not making it up. And it's not acceptable. No, it's not. So I would say to the minister, I think it is the Minister of Finance, even though they're under the Department of Education. I think it's Finance. I could be wrong who's doing the payroll. I guess it's Finance doing the payroll. But I would ask the minister to please look into it. I am. Well, there you go. The minister says she is, because it is ongoing and it's not fair. The other thing, I got 5 minutes. I wanted to touch on. I brought this up in the past. Still an issue. I don't think it was addressed in the budget. I didn't see it in the budget. And maybe the minister is going to tell me it is addressed in the budget. I just didn't see it, or it wasn't specifically detailed. Home care. Home care. We all understand the importance of home care to seniors and to not just seniors, but anyone who requires it. And certainly in the I can speak to the metro area. Generally speaking, in the metro area, home care agencies are utilized most of the time. And back in, I want to say December 2025, or maybe it's December 2024, within about a year or so ago, government provided an increase to home care agencies so that they could pay their workers more money. Because quite frankly, it's pretty sad when a home care worker is barely making about the same as someone who works pouring a coffee or something in a retail location. You got someone now who got to look after your mom or your dad, sometimes fairly complex care for some people. It's not just sitting with them or whatever, it's changing wounds and other types of medical procedures and so on, and getting paid very poorly for it. So the government did recognize that finally about a year or so ago, and they gave more to the home care agencies so they could pay the home care, their staff, more money to do the job. Fine. Problem is, not everybody uses home care agencies. Particularly in, say, rural areas, there probably is no home care agencies in some of these areas. So they do what's known as self-managed care. So they got to try to find an individual to look after their mom or their dad or whatever, or they got to find someone to look after themselves. They can't pick up the phone and call the home care agency. They got to find someone in the community or whatever that's willing to come in and look after them. And then they have to manage it themselves. And that could be somewhat onerous in terms of the paperwork and the payroll, and it's a lot to put on somebody to have to deal with, quite frankly, but they have to deal with it. Well, those individuals, unlike the increase in pay to people that work for a home care agency, a home care worker that's just working for a person who's self-managing, they didn't get any increase. So again, you know, there's right and there's wrong. There's fair and there's unfair. And I challenge anybody in this House Assembly to tell me that if there was a recognition that home care workers in an agency are not making enough money to incentivize them to come and work to care for our seniors and people who require it, what makes someone in a self-care, in a self-managed situation any different? A home care worker is a home care worker is a home care worker. Whether they work directly for me as the client or whether they work for me in an agency, is exactly the same thing. So why do we have that discrepancy in pay? I thought we were going to see, I was hoping we'd see it addressed in this budget. I didn't see it in the speech, I didn't see it in the budget. Maybe it's hidden there somewhere, and I don't know, and I would love for the minister or someone to stand up and tell me that it's been addressed. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Next speaker, now recognize the member for
Fogo
Island, Cape Reels.
Thank you, Chair. As member of Fogo Island, Cape Reels, it's a pleasure again to get up and speak on the budget. I just want to reiterate how I feel about the budget. I feel that it's an urban, not a rural budget. There's a lot of things that's lacking in that budget that affects my district and other districts around this province. I think it's a very unfair process. Like we said before, everything in the budget should be based on needs, whatever part of the province. We can't have a political election budget dictating to one part of the province opposing the other parts. So I want to just briefly touch on healthcare again. And before I get into the negative aspect, I just want to throw in a little bit of a more happier occasion that happened to me in the district a while back. I had the pleasure to go into a home in Musgrave Harbour and present a 92-year-old gentleman and his 90-year-old wife a 69 wedding anniversary celebration, which we present them with the 75th anniversary medallion. And you should have seen the happiness that was in that room. They had family members there, and I thought it was one of the nicest feelings that you could get. And when we speak negatively about seniors and what they're going through, this is the kind of environment that our seniors should be placed in, whether it be in a long-term care facility or those who want to stay in their homes. And then there's a lot of seniors. I mean, I've visited a lot of homes in the district since I've been elected, and I heard lots of stories. I heard a lot of people pretty upset, almost to the point of crying. Please see if you can get some funding so that we can live peacefully in our own homes. We don't want to leave our homes. And the problem is that they're not getting enough support for home care, and I spoke about this before the House, and I'll speak about it again. We have to go back to the budget. If it's not in there, we have to look at more funding to put into home care for our seniors, and also increase pay to the home care workers so that they can support the seniors with the care that they need. And this not only helps out in the health, this really helps out with health, because this takes a lot of burden off some of those long-term care facilities, and it also brings in mental stability to the seniors to know that they are looked after and they're happy in their own homes. So those are things we have to consider and focus on if we want to, make it more comfortable in this province for our seniors. And like I said before, those are the people who helped build this province and put us here where we are today. And we should go back and show some more respect to what we're showing. Now, when we're talking about health care, there's many things that's tied into health care, even down to transportation infrastructure. It's tied into everything, every aspect of our districts and the province. But I'll just read off a list of some diversions that took place today with the health care department. Newfoundland and Labrador Health Services advised the public of a temporary disruption of routine medical IMA services at Louisbourg Clinic Centre from Friday, April 11th at 8:30 a.m. until 4 p.m. If routine medical imaging services are required, patients may choose to travel to Gander or Grand Falls. Wow. Another diversion, Louisbourg Healthcare, Louisbourg, Thursday, April 17th, 4 p.m. until Friday, April the 18th at 8 a.m. In case of emergencies, patients with a medical emergency who require an ambulance should call 911. Those who feel they have a serious or urgent medical problem should proceed to the nearest emergency department. Dr. U. Toomey Health Centre, Botwood. Friday, April 11th, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. A.M. Guy Memorial Health Centre, Buckens. Saturday, April the 12th, from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. Sunday, April the 13th, from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Wednesday, April the 16th, at 6 p.m. until Friday, April the 18th at 8 a.m. Canagra Peninsula Healthcare Centre, Harbour Britton. Monday, April the 14th at 8 a.m. until Tuesday, April the 15th, 8 a.m. A.M. Memorial Health Centre, Buckens, Friday, April the 4th, 8 a.m. until Thursday, April the 10th at 4 p.m. Bayvert Peninsula Healthcare Centre, Bayvert, Sunday, April the 6th to 8 a.m. until Monday, April the 7th at 8 a.m. Tuesday, April the 8th at 8 a.m. until Wednesday, April the 9th at 8 a.m. Thursday, April the 10th at 8 a.m. until Friday, April 11th at 8 a.m. Dr. Y.K. Gian Kittiwake Healthcare Centre, New West Valley. Friday, April the 4th at 8 a.m. until Saturday, April the 5th at 8 a.m. Tuesday, April the 8th at 8 a.m. until Thursday, April the 10th, 8 a.m. Dr. Y.K. Gian Kittiwake Health Centre, New West Valley will be unavailable until further notice. If X-ray services are required, patients may choose to travel to Gander or Grand Falls, Windsor. Newfoundland and Labrador Health Services advise the public of a temporary disruption of routine laboratory service, walk-in blood clinic at Notre Dame Memorial Health Centre in Twinigate. If routine laboratory services are required, patients may choose to travel to Gander or Grand Falls. And that's the list of diversions. So that tells us that there's a lot of problems in the healthcare system. You know, we're definitely not moving forward by any means. You know, we're just sort of dragging our heels and hoping for the best, I guess. Now I want to change the narrative a little bit. I want to go back to something I never talked about much when I spoke the other day, and that's the tourism in our district. Infrastructure is very crucial. Transportation infrastructure is very crucial to tourism. From Cape Frills to Fogo we have a lot to offer for tourism. So I'm going to start listing off some of the tourism attractions in the district of Fogo and Cape Frills, and just give you some perspective on what we're missing out on in terms of transportation and infrastructure. So we start off Farewell at this side of the mainland. You go to Farewell, you can get on the ferry and enjoy a very scenic ferry ride. That's only when the ferry is operating, because most times she's not making the crossings. Stop by Fogo Island at a place called Manawar Cove, and just a few minutes down the road is the Interpretation Centre, which gives you all the info to Fogo Island tourism attractions. So we'll start with the town of Fogo. Fogo has 3 hiking trails: Lions Den, Water Breach Brook, and Northside Trail. You can visit the Bleak House, which was part of old Earls and Company years ago when the fish trade was on the go. They have the old Schoolhouse Museum and the old United Church. It's seldom come by a community pass on your way down across the island. Right there we have a interpretation center, a marine interpretation center, the old FU Trading Company. Yeah. And that has a museum in it, like just today, like the day you walked in when the store was in operations. Wow. All the old, antiques are there on the shelves, all the paper, rolls of papers and everything like that. And right next door, they have the liver factory. And you can go into the liver factory and all the old drums and everything is still there, and you can actually smell the liver even up to today. Wow. Yep, that's facts. So then you make your way down east to the eastern part of the island. And by the way, you do a whole tour of Fogo Island, Believe it or not, it entails about 180 kilometres of driving to and from. So you go into a place called Shoal Bay. And they have what you call the Herring Cove Museum. And you can practically buy anything there that's connected with, you know, the culture of Fogo Island and like other communities and everything like that. And right there we also have the service of a big food lane grocery store, just to give you a heads up on that one. And then you make your way to Barrett Island's Job's Arm.
Great place.
That's the one for you. Yep. Please. We have hiking trails there. The Etridge Point, which carries out a festival yearly. And we have a walking trail that takes you down to the famous Ock. The famous Ock. It's really, really worth the trip. And we have the old Brit House there. We have Luke's Landing. We have boat tours that lead from Job's Arm. You can go out and see all the icebergs, all the puffins, and the whales and what have you. And then we can go to another community further down to the eastern part of the island. That's Tilting Harbour. We have a nice sandy beach there that a lot of people take advantage of in the summer, nice warm weather. We also have the Wire premises there, Turpin's Trail. Then in Job's Arm we also have the Growler's ice cream, which the ice cream is made right on the spot. And I tell you, flavors like you've never tasted before. And then we have the famous Fogo Island Inn, which brings in millions of dollars to the economy, not only from what they're taking in, but the local tourism that comes in there just because they want to see the Fogo Island Inn, where's to get a tour done, go in for a meal, or what have you. Like it's set, and they employ up to 140 people with spin-offs and everything else from that Shorefest Foundation. And then you can leave to come back, and you go take the ferry ride to scenic Change Islands. And Change Islands has a couple of real interesting things here. As the Newfoundland Pony Sanctuary. That's on Change Islands. You have the Old Shop Museum, which I don't think there's anything in the world that's not in there. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. I've been in a lot of museums. And then we have what we call the famous squid jigging ground. You can get aboard the boat and go out and jig a few squids out on the old sound, the squid jigging ground. So then we take the ferry back to Farewell, and we go to Gander Bay, where we have hiking trails in Gander Bay, and we have the Great Gander River and the salmon anglers there. Carmenville Wetlands Interpretation Center in the Carmenville area. We have the Deadman's Bay Provincial Park. Hold on, I got more listings here. Then we make our way to Musgrave Harbour, and we have the Banting Park, the Fisherman's Museum, and beautiful sandy beaches, and the Day's Getaway trailer park. Then you make your way to Lumsden. You have the Windmill Voigt Park RV campground. And then you go to Cape Frills, where you again get into the nice sandy beaches. And then you make your way up to New West Valley, that area, and you get into a place in Lumsden where they have the Windmill Voigt Park RV campground and the beautiful sandy beaches there as well, and they bring in a lot of tourists. A lot of people go there and set up the trailers for the summer and so on and so forth. And then we're going up to the New West Valley, which includes Brookfield, Valleyfield, Badger's Key, and Wesleyville. I take it you got some association with that.
My mother from.
There you go. We have the Norton Cove Studio in Brookfield. We have the Beach Museum in Wesleyville. And out in Newtown next door, we have the Barber Living Heritage Village. And we have the Homestead Adventure Shambles Cove Road. and we have a Southwest Pond Park, RV Park, and as well we have walking trails. And then when we get to another community called Greens Pond, we have a historical society and the old courthouse there, and walking trails there as well. Then we go to another area up from New West Valley, Indian Bay Municipal Park. They have a beautiful park there. We go to Dover. We have the Dover Fault Interpretation Center and Lookout there. And then we're up to the last part of the district, a place called Hare Bay. And we have the Hare Bay Adventures, Tours, Gift Shop, and we have the Hare Bay Campground and Day Use Park. So when we're talking about transportation and infrastructure, that's the kind of things that we're suffering from. You know, in order to have good tourism, tourist attraction, we need that infrastructure. Absolutely. We need the roads kept up to good standards. We need transportation improvements, whether it be by water or road. So when we talk about the budget, those are the things that I expected to see some input into what should go back to compensate for all the investment that we put into Fogo and Cape Frills. Because we, like I spoke before, we literally put in hundreds of millions of dollars every year through the fishery and tourism. So we have, it's very, very important that you know, you take a second look at what's in the budget when it comes to road and paving, because I have a very, very large, broad district. And when you're talking about 1 or 2 or 3 kilometers of paving for a district of that magnitude, that's not very fair. You know, I mean, what's there, some 10,000 kilometers of paving in the province, and we're down to like a district that size, right from Gambo right to Fogo and St. John's, and we're getting like 1 or 2 kilometers. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. So. Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, you know, even if we had our potholes filled up, we would get by until, you know, they seen the time that they could go down there and do a bit of road work. And I mean, as I said before, you know, there's a lot of culvert replacement work needs to be done down there. And like I spoke about the town of Musgrave Harbour, like it's they have to look after their own main road in the community, and I mean they're barely surviving now on the little tax space that they have. And they're responsible for the upkeep of the road and culverts, and on top of that, snow clearing. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about my district and what needs we have. But anyhow, I'm just about up to my time. 1 minute left. In closing, without anything else to say about the budget, I just want to wish everybody a very happy and safe weekend this Easter weekend, whether you're on this side of the House, other side, all the members of Parliament, all the support workers and chairpersons and the speakers. Have a very safe and enjoyable Easter with your family and friends. Yes, enjoy your Easter break. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable the Minister of Industry, Energy and Technology.
Thank you, Speaker, and happy to stand up here. I don't plan on taking the full 20, but I did want to at least make a few comments on this year's budget. And again, I don't know what will happen in the weeks to come after here. Sometimes things get caught up, and so I said I'll take this afternoon as we're getting ready to go into Easter, and I'm just going to make a few comments on some of the stuff I've heard so far, and I guess some of my takeaways. The first thing I would say, Speaker, speaking to this year's budget, I think I did speak to interim supply, is I got to give a major shout out to the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance, I don't think until, certainly I didn't appreciate it when I was in opposition, but when you get in and realize the pressures that are put on a Minister of Finance and a Premier, whether it's your caucus colleagues, the opposition colleagues, just the general public, and the competing priorities that are there, at a time when you could easily find a way to justify spending 100% of your budget on health care, when you can spend 100% of budget on roads, things that are evergreen every year that we continue to increase investment in, and sometimes it feels like we wish we could do more. Same with no doubt my department, which again, I wish I had more and more that we could invest into different things, but that's why I give the minister credit. The ability to battle competing priorities, and at a time when it's always easy to add stuff to a budget, it is very hard to remove things from a budget. Just using my department, for example, just in the last year we've added multiple positions for renewable energy. Those are positions that are new. We have to add those. We have to pay for these individuals, hire these individuals, but that doesn't mean we lost individuals along the way. That doesn't mean that we have something that's now redundant that we don't get rid of. Same thing when we have increased expenditures and other line items and headings. So again, I say to the Minister, congratulations, I think, on doing it. And you know, one of the reasons why? Because one of the only things I'm hearing about is the budget from 3 years ago. I hear about the sugar tax. And you know you've done a good budget when all you're hearing about is something from 3 years ago. That's a very good. As someone, again, who was there for budget 2016, which, you know, was really received really well. It really went over well. And, but I mean, I point that out because, you know, we spent, my God, it felt like months in here talking about the different things we were forced to do. And I specifically mentioned the member from Exploits. He brought up home care. I mean, home care is something that matters to us all, and how it was eliminated in 2016, or something was eliminated in 2016 and not added here. But I will point out one thing, one difference. Actually, because we got in, I think the election was November 30th, 2015. We got sworn in on 14th of December. And I think actually we realized on December 22nd, normally would have been done far before, but it was late because of the nature of the elections. We found out that what was already a $1.1 billion deficit was actually about $1.9 billion in deficit. So again, what I would point out is the reality is we came in and took over something that was awful. Now, does that take away the members' requests for improve this or improve that? Not at all. I'd like to see more of everything as well. But I will point out when he mentioned the 2016 budget. What was that? What's that? Who's
order, please. Just ask everybody to address their comments through the chair here.
I apologize. I thought we were getting into the question period.
That's fine.
I thought we were getting into the question period. But the reality is, when you think about the deficit that we've had this year, and the things that the minister has been able to do, the premier, I think it's quite impressive when you look at what that situation was at that time. So I would say that we have come a long way further from that in providing these services. Now, I'll continue on here, and I just want to point out, and I had to bring this up because this gentleman is someone I've known for a long time. It's not a budget-related issue, but it was brought up yesterday about the head of the PSC. The head of the PSC. So I just want to point out, because it was brought up in question period, I would point out that that is certainly an honourable gentleman. And when it was brought up because it was Liberal versus PC, I'll point out that that gentleman was first hired in Brian Peckford's administration. Brian Peckford's administration, 1986 or 1987. So I think that's important to know, that when we're going to bring up somebody and bring up something like that, I'd like to be able to know some of the institutional knowledge and the backstory behind this individual. Now, continuing on, I want to point out two remaining things before I end here. Number one, I'd be remiss if I didn't speak about the department. We were one of the first estimates that we had. I know the member from Lab West was there. The member from Terra Nova was also participated in that. I think actually the member from Bonavista was there as well. And I said then, and I'll say now, that the budget estimates are the best part of the budget. So instead of people like me standing up and just talking now, and one could question whether there's any value, I don't think anybody from either side would question the value of budget estimates when they're done correctly. And I'd like to think we had a wide-ranging debate. We didn't just get caught up in line items and numbers and not getting into general policy. We had general policy chats. And so, you know, I enjoyed that. When I was a member of the opposition, we had certain ministers that would engage in that, had others that wouldn't. And I've always sort of brought that, when I did this budget estimates here, I found you get more if you actually have a conversation with people and figure out the reason why you didn't do something. But we had a great conversation, and I think there's a reason actually you haven't seen many questions evolve from that, is that even in despite of, you know, challenges that we face in other areas, whether you can talk about the investment we've had to make in education and health, we did manage to make significant investment in our department as well. Just a few things pointed. Number one, $90 million in an offshore exploration initiative. Again, we did that program once, and I give the credit actually one of the originators. I can't say She is the originator of the idea, was certainly the one that brought it back to us in 2020 with Charlene Johnson, Energy NL. We were going through a tough time at that time in terms of the industry as a whole. That was one of the ideas about promoting and sort of prompting continued investment in our offshore, creating jobs. We did it then. It had value. It had success. And we've actually brought it back again starting next year, which was what the industry asked for. So, look, $30 million in the grand scheme of things is, is it going to drill well itself? Not at all. When you have one well that can cost you between $120 to $150 million, but when they can count that as, about 25% of the bottom line, it will incentivize them. And I can absolutely say that since we announced that in the budget, we in the department have had conversations with the majors about people now considering exploration because of the move that we have made. So again, I think we'll see success there, and it was a good move, and I think I've recognized the originator of the idea. And again, I thank the minister for being receptive to the idea in the light of all these competing challenges. Natural gas, we have about $1 million being invested to do phase 2 of the natural gas assessment. I can say to my colleagues in the House that while I don't have the results of phase 1 out, that didn't time with the budget, it will be out hopefully this month. And what I would say is what I've seen is it's positive. It is absolutely positive. We all know that we have an abundance of untapped gas in our offshore, has not been utilized the way it should. There's more of a conversation on it now, especially as we talk about a transition fuel. So I guess I'm only teasing it here now, but positive news there, and something that I look forward to being to put out there in the window, and again for creating that appetite for continued investment in our offshore, job creation, and energy security at a time when our geopolitical world is more contentious perhaps than it has been in some time. I would continue on here now. We have the same money going into critical minerals and mining. I know the member for Lab West talked about we need to put more into it. And I don't disagree. I would love to find a way. But when the question becomes beds in hospitals and exploration, that's the problem. As a government, you have to have those competing battles. And I'd like to think that we're still doing what we can to put money out there to invest and to explore. And what I would say to the member, Lab West itself is a hotbed. We know there's massive opportunity there, which has only been heightened now with the MOU. But the entirety of Labrador is vast and very much unexplored, underexplored. And again, I'd say to the House Leader, actually, who's brought it up a million times, been talking about her family would be flying over. How much is there that has not been looked into that we can tap into? And it gives me hope for what the fines could be going forward and the returns on those fines for the beneficiaries, which is the people of this province. Now, I have to point this out because, again, I had to bring up the district impact here. One thing I was super proud of, two things, I guess. One, we'll continue on with some road work that's been talked about for a couple of years, which is passing lanes coming out of Port aux Basques. And if people don't realize the importance, if you've never gotten on the boat or gotten off the boat, it's the main rubber tire point of entry in the province. When you think about the summers, all those vehicles coming off, and it was a single lane basically all the way, little spots here and there. It's a much needed investment that's been a long time coming, and I thank my colleague for continuing to work on that. And, what's that? As long as it's not the Memorial Highway. And the last thing I would say is, and I give credit to the Premier, and I had something on my Facebook about this, we're about to get a CT scanner in Port aux Basques because of the investment made in this budget. And that's one that's been a long time coming. And everybody here knows about people that have had to travel for health care. Sometimes it's long distance and sometimes it's not. But something as simple as a CT scan for just about any ailment you talk about, from minor right to the most serious, you need that scan. And when you have to travel 260 kilometers, sometimes in the dead of winter, to go in and get that scan and then get back out is difficult. And so now to have that piece of technology in our hospital is going to save a lot of people a lot of time, a lot of strife, and for those people that are ill, having to travel is going to make their lives easier. So very appreciative of the Premier being one of the ones that brings this up. We've been talking about it for years. It's not a new thing. We've been talking about it for years. The Premier made it happen. I give credit to the Ministers of Health that have worked on this file and the staff in health. So happy to see that one happen. On that note, I didn't plan on taking a lot of time. I know there's a few minutes left for somebody else to speak. Just want to say that hopefully, we'll see people. I know there's a lot in this budget that people may disagree with, but I absolutely think there's a lot in this budget to support. So I know that I'll be supporting this budget. I am thankful for the work that's been put into this. I appreciate the debate, and I look forward to getting another chance to speak to it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. And I too, I guess, want to take an entirety of my time, but I will speak up and speak and talk, about. I guess a good part was the Minister of IET there spoke about minerals and critical minerals in Lab West and the opportunity in Lab West. And there is a great opportunity in Labrador West, but also there's a great opportunity that needs to be invested in as well. And once again, like I talked about yesterday, and I'll talk about it again today, is the investment into the community, because without the community, there is no powerhouse that is Labrador West. 71 years of continuous mining. Not many places in the entire country get to say that they were mining 71 consecutive years. It's a rarity even in today's modern era, especially with the advancement of mining technology. Deposits deplete a lot faster than they used to. But now we've been doing it for 71 years. But we did it for 71 years because we were lucky that we had a community behind us. And that community needs to be supported in many different ways. And as the demographics and things change in Lab West, we have more seniors who want to stay behind. We're on, like I said, so I had grandfather, dad, me, and now my own kids. So my children are the 4th generation in Lab West. Right? That's an entire history, a 71-year history of a place. And right now, the demographics are obviously changing. People don't want to leave. At the time, grandfather left, went back, retired around the bay. That my parents, they don't want to leave. They got grandkids there. They want to stay and live in the community as long as they can possibly can. And that's what's happening now. And that's where we needed a better investment in when it comes to our seniors. Seniors who built that community want to stay in that community. Why build something and then leave? They want to stay and see the success that is the community. And by that success is their families. Their families are staying and working and carrying on the traditions that we've built there. And so that's why I said there's no personal care homes. There's no home care. There's no seniors living. There is nothing there other than what they always had there. Most of them are living in houses that cannot even be accommodated for any assistance. You can't make wider hallways. You can't make, you can't put stair lifts in the stairs because the stairs are narrow. They were designed for families. Those houses were designed in the 1950s for families, not designed for, seniors who have, mobility issues and that thing. We're hearing stories of seniors living in their living rooms because they can't get upstairs. They can't get downstairs to do laundry. Because at the time, laundry was put in the basement and they lived upstairs. So you got 3 stories of stairs that flow up. They can't modify that. And if this is where we're in a more era. We have to start accommodating and starting to be more receptive to what's going on. So this is why we talk about investment in the community. But we want to invest into our community in the way that we can continue to prosper. Right? I worked in the mining industry. My wife continues to work in the mining industry. My father, my mother, my stepmother, we all work there in a collaborative way. But we don't want to see anything change in the sense that we don't want to see the degrading of our community. We want to make sure that seniors are accommodated. We just want everything that everyone else had. And that's why it's important that we see these investments. And that's why, unfortunately, we didn't see the investments that we wanted to see. We didn't see anything for our seniors in Labrador West. Just a line item that they'll continue to work on something, but there's no real true investment into the community. We don't have home care, but we didn't see any investment into trying to help bridge the gaps on why we can't get home care workers into the region, or bridge the gaps on why we haven't seen any personal care homes in the region. We rely on 12 long-term care beds that are in the hospital, but they're full all the time, and there's no real ability to get in. So more and more seniors are having to move away. I talked about a family that their mother lived in Lab West since she was a teenager, raised her family, raised her there, and now she lives alone in a home in Gander, because that's the only place they could find that was close enough to some family that she could move to, while her grandkids and her family continue to live in Lab West. That's not fair for anybody who spent their life toiling away in a region to build it up to a community that it is, only to have it taken away from you when you realize, I can't stay here anymore because of any ailment. That's not fair. That's unfair to anybody, and especially in a place like that is so very special to them. And it's very special in the sense that a lot of the traditions and stuff that was built around that community, the people are still alive. They're still around, enjoying it, and seeing what they created. And now they're slowly watching it get degraded now as their friends and stuff have to leave because they can no longer live in the community that they once built. They can't live in the way that they all is. So this is where I think it's very unfortunate and unfair on how things have moved forward. But at the same time, I hope that we can find ways to improve that. And that's why I continue to push on this government to do the right thing and to make sure that a place like Lab West, who continues to prosper on the industry side, but not prospering on the social side, gets the full thing. Like I said yesterday, it's when we want something or we're trying to find something, we're like ghosts. You can't see right through us. But when it's time to, roll out the slideshow and show off, the prosperity of the province, usually the first slide you'll see in the slide deck is an ore car full of ore and showing how great things are and how much ore is getting shipped out of the province from us. But you got to remember, the people that put that in there are the people that are asking for just the same thing that everybody else in this province enjoys. And that's why, we continue to push to make sure that our seniors are taken care of, that people who don't work in the mining industry, don't making those big wages, are still taken care of, to make sure they have an affordable home to live in, somewhere to go to, not staying on somebody's couch or in somebody's garage, because that's what's happening right now. To make sure that if something happens to them or their child or their parent, that they're able to see by a healthcare professional. Right now, it's you go and take a number up in the emergency, and hopefully you get seen to within 12 hours. Because right now, that's where we're to. There's no family physicians operating in the same capacity like they used to anymore, and our collaborative care clinic is not off the ground like it's supposed to be. So right now, we're just in the spiral of people trying to figure out, well, where do I go? I got to go see a doctor. I got to go see my specialist. I need a referral. Unfortunately, there's no clear answer to that right now because there's no healthcare professionals filling very critical roles in the region because there's nowhere for them to live if they do take the job. We continue to see where teachers and stuff continue to be programming and stuff not the same as it used to be because we're trying to fill slots for teachers and we're slowly trying to get that back up. But like I said, it's trying to move into a region where there's little housing and little health care. So people are either not taking the jobs or ignoring the job ad because they know that it's a situation that's going on there that's not being addressed. We continue to see this, and unfortunately, it's not being addressed in where we want it to be addressed. We see that this is a region that has a million amounts of prosperity ahead of it. We see that we have a possibility of a third mine. We have an expansion of another mine, and we continue to see that these are things that could happen, but it can't happen without a community. And if it does happen without a community, then you're just going to make the situation that's there worse. The last thing we want is our community to end up as nothing more than a mining camp, a fly-in, fly-out town. We don't want that. We want to continue to see the prosperity and the advancement of Labrador West. It is an amazing achievement in engineering. It's an amazing achievement in success. It was considered one of the greatest post-war projects. They put a railway up through an area that they thought the railway could never ever be built. They managed to fly in for the first time. It was the largest airlift of equipment since World War II. They managed to put infrastructure and stuff into a region that no one ever thought could ever happen. But now, without the proper investment in the community, it's all going to be for naught. We are a success story, and we want to continue to be a success story. And this is the fantastic part about it but we need government backing. We need government investment. We need government to have our back, because without it, we're just nothing more than a mining camp. And that is not what happened. You just see the amazement that how amazing it is. And that's why I said, even though I said in the MOU debate, I said everyone in this House should go and visit Labrador West. Everyone in this House should go see IOC, go see Takora, go see Churchill Falls, and go see how important that this province is, and how important that IOC, Takora, CF Elco, and Kami projects are there. So that's why I need to make sure that we have the investment, and that's why I continue. That's why I have disappointment in this budget, because it doesn't truly advance what we need to do. And at the end of the day, I hope that we can actually get there. So thanks, Speaker. With that, I take my seat.
Thank you. Does the member want to adjourn debate and keep remaining time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just ask you to.
I'll adjourn and keep my time.
Tomorrow. Thank you. This being 5 o'clock on Wednesday, this House do stand adjourned. We will reconvene on Monday, May the 12th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. stand adjourned. I just want to wish everyone a very happy Easter and safe travels and back to your districts.